Everybody's dancing now. Let's leave them behind. You're saying get my jacket. We're in your house, but it feels like home somehow. Can't deny this is where I'm supposed to be tonight. And love is paradise. Said I shouldn't stay, but you look so pretty, pretty boy. Won't go all the way, but I'll let you pretty, pretty close. You've got that look in your eyes, oceans deep. It looks like I don't have a choice when you look so pretty, pretty boy. Cherry on top when I'm getting under you. insecure. Wanna tell you that I love you and much more, but I just can't find the words now. I don't wanna keep it to myself, but every time I open my mouth I'm stopped by my pride, yeah. I'll be typing then deleting, you must think I'm so confused. Baby, baby, if you only knew the truth. Need the moment, need the minute, just as bad as I need you, even though I'm way long overdue. So if you don't have the will to wait, then I don't wanna keep you. I've got so many things to say, need to tell you I need you. I don't wanna keep it to myself, but trust me, even in the silence time will tell. Time will tell. Guess I blame it on my past. Used to plan the future way too fast. Why repeat it when it hurts so bad? Why repeat it when it never lasts? I'll be typing then deleting, you must think I'm so confused. Baby, baby, if you only knew the truth. Need the moment, need the minute, just as bad as I need you, even though I'm way long overdue. So if you don't have the will to wait, then I don't wanna keep you. I've got so many things to say, need to tell you I need you. I don't wanna keep it to myself, but trust me, even in the silence time will tell. Time will tell. Oh, time will tell. Oh.
Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thanks for coming in today. Thanks for putting in wows in at wow time. Yep, that was the Jumbo Hotel. It's at Stockholm Arlanda Airport. It's a 747 and you can sleep in the engines, but it's flying time for us. Hey there, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Martel's here, Emergosa, T-Bird. Thanks for the wows in at Wow Time. Good to see you. Oh no, that's the one that closed? No, not that one. That was actually on the list of places that I had to go if I was ever going to get to, do any traveling or anything like that. Sorry to hear that closed. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. I'll bet the flight on the airplane right in front of us is going to be a lot of fun. Yep, we're going to get the jokes going pretty quick here. Thanks for coming in. I hope you're doing good today. Good evening, Karting Demon. Good to see you. Just getting the audio levels set back up here. I think, Tim J, my guess is that it was it's the Jumbo Hotel closed. It was handed over to the airport authorities, and they're not taking any new buyers. Oh, man. That's too bad. I thought they did kind of a neat job with that. It was a neat concept. So, guess not. Oh, well, thanks for coming in today. Hope you're doing really, really good. Did you recover from, have you recovered from yesterday? Across the Land Day was kind of a busy day, wasn't it? It really was. I didn't wake up with the Cross the Land hangover or anything like that. So, Vipers, no coffee today, but a special gift kind of came in. This was really, really thoughtful. And really brought a smile to my face. We're going to need the big camera for this for a second. So you know that one of my favorite places that I've never been before is Airbrow in München, in Munich. That is a brewery that is actually out at the airport. It's probably like every other brew pub in the world, but this one is out at the airport, and that makes it kind of special here on the Spy Flight. Well, Dee here on Twitch, YouTube, and Airport One over on Discord did some real world traveling, and was in München and picked up an Airbrow mug, and put it in a suitcase, brought it in, and mailed it to me, and it arrived yesterday while we were doing Cross the Land. So it is a real Airbrow mug. Oh my gosh. And it just is really nice. It's a neat mug. Also, put in two things into the in with it. There is an Airbrow coaster. So there's a real Airbrow coaster in German, but also in Munich there is a very famous place called Hofbrauhaus. And this is one, and it actually says München here, and I think this is supposed to be the original. So I don't collect these, I never have. I've only got one, and that's from that, there is a bar in, there's a bar over in Washington, D.C. in Georgetown, that was actually used as a dead drop by spies, and I can explain that if you don't know about dead drops. That's the only beer coaster that I've ever collected, is that one over there. So now, we've got this one over here, and then we've also got Airbrow. So this is the beginning of a collection, along with Martin's Tavern over in, from Washington. So it's really cool. This thing is really, really great. It's very solid. And apparently, Dee was at Airbrow and said, listen, there's this geeky guy over on Twitch, live streams and talks about this place all the time, and this is a real one that they just said, okay, here. So this is now the official mug for the Spy Flight, and someday if the world stops blowing itself up, we can do traveling and stuff again, and it's definitely a place I want to go. So anyway, this was really, really nice. So and that's why it is that we're doing continuing service off to München today. So we've got a continuing service flight on that one. So anyway, that's really, really was nice. Hi, Black Cobra, welcome aboard. Delivery, I've already got my clearance. I'm ready to push and start. This is a longer flight. No, I didn't really just wake up. I've been up. I'm one of those early riser kinds of people. But Martel, it is just the coolest thing in the world. And, just feels like, okay, it's a connection from outside of, Spy HQ here. So again, I'm really, really grateful for this one. And I'll probably say, a thank you a gazillion times and stuff, because it really did kind of touch the heart today. Dustin, a dead drop. We'll talk about dead drops. Now we have to sing a traditional song. Martel says it's a traditional song called Ein Prost. Did I even say that right? Google Maps, ESSA Terminal 5 is 45-minute walk from the Jumbo Hotel. I would have figured they would have had like a bus or something. Loviz is here. Loviz is over in Germany right now. Hey Loviz, I hope you're... Loviz has posted some really great food pictures over on Discord too, by the way. Really good looking food pictures. There was a pizza that Loviz posted the other day and it looks really, really good. So, okay, I'm just getting my airplane started up. Let me go and get the APU bleed on. I've got my clearance, so we're almost ready to get going here. External power disconnect. And this is like a 2-hour flight down to Hannover. It's a double VATSIM event. What is my obsession with Air Berlin? So obviously back in the old days, let's see, Loviz went to Aachen. Did I say that right? And that's your birthday trip, Loviz? And what was your favorite food for your birthday? What was the favorite food for your birthday? Hi, Sunjammer. Good to see you and thank you for coming by. So the thing about what's the thing about Air Berlin? I obviously, another part of my world is writing spy stories. And one of the most interesting places in the world for espionage is Berlin, right? I mean, the wall, everything like that. It was huge. It was crawling with spies at one point in time. 121.83. So I kind of feel like it's kind of got a little bit of a vibe for that time, that part of time in Berlin. So that's kind of one of the reasons why I kind of like Air Berlin. It's got a spy vibe for me. Plus, as you've probably seen here over on Twitch, we've got an emote that Polyot found, and it is a great little emote of the little chocolate hearts that they gave their passengers when they get off the plane. And I just thought that was an incredibly nice touch. And I'm also a little bit obsessed right now with people doing nice things for each other. It's not a very nice world right now. And so that's I guess the obsession with Air Berlin. So there you go. Vex, that is actually a really good movie. Bridge of Spies. Yeah, it is. It's a very good, I enjoy it a lot. Let's come on over here. Ground power unit. Parking brakes are on. So I'm going to release those parking brakes. Get the radio turned on. There's the radio. That is clear. Hi, Laxon. Welcome aboard. So Yuval, after this, when we get on the ground at Hannover, we're going to stay in the airplane and plan an additional flight down to Munich. And I don't know about after that. We had a really long day yesterday, so we'll see if we want to continue fly or maybe take a little bit of a break. I don't know. We've also got Vectors to Copenhagen tomorrow. Got to figure out a departure airport for Vectors to Copenhagen.
Subscriber confirmed.
Vex Freeze's German teachers were in the Bridge of Spies movie as a crowd actor? No kidding. Really? Oh my gosh, Loviz celebrating a birthday and just gave away some community subs. Want to send gifts to Loviz. Hey Loviz, thank you so much. Great to see you and thank you for coming on in today. Thanks for the extra support too. Some scenes of Bridge of Spies were filmed where Vex Freeze lives. Yeah, that's one of the interesting things. The things where, they film movies, they could be practically anywhere. All right, shall we get GSX to push us back? I didn't use GSX for anything else, but we'll prepare that for pushback and departure here. Let's just use that. Good evening, Subsonic. Thanks for coming in. Okay, it is Subsonic. This was an incredibly nice gift. And again, this, it's a very nice mug, but it's something that's just going to get used every day. And for me, like I said, it's a reminder of the world outside. James the Catcher is back. James has done some really great ATC for us lately. Really nice ATC for us lately. Thanks for the resub, James. Good to see you. A few neighborhoods look really old, so it looked like it was going to be good for that.
Bypass pin inserted.
Okay, looking good here. And we're going to get the beacon going. We're almost ready for push and start here. Let's see here. No, the tug's not quite yet ready yet. I don't usually call in until the tug is connected and I can push when they give us clearance. Hi, Landy. Yeah, we're pushing. This is a 2-hour block-to-block flight, so I wanted to get out of the gate as quick as I could so that we could get flying. And also, I was going to explain, somebody asked in chat, as soon as we get going, what a dead drop is. It's spy stuff, so that's, for me, I think that's kind of cool. Okay, it's going to be nose right. Nose, left, tail right. Hey, Mr. Jazz, it is a jazzy Sunday. Hey, thanks for coming in.
Contact all underground 11705. 11705 from 105 now. And the other station calling.
It's going to be our next one. I do have both. Multi-streaming has actually been pretty good, I think. Just try. Yeah, JSG Droid's flying today, low vis. It's a day that JSG Droid gets to fly. So if you figured out a way that you're going to be able to fit the low vis cockpit in your suitcase for your next travels so you could fly along on vacation sometimes. Father's Game did Albuquerque to the DFW today, but I've actually got a single chat box right now. All right, let's see if we can get out of here.
Canal 1042 contact on underground 11930.
11930, Canal 1042.
Arlanda, good evening from Air Berlin 441 and A319 at Brava, Gate 15. Information Kilo is aboard. We got our clearance via CPDLC requesting startup and pushback.
Air Berlin 441, standby number 1.
I know low-vis is going to need a cockpit, a portable cockpit.
190 kilo, confirm resistance.
It's a little low. I think for now it might be wise to leave flight simming at home for vacation. That's true, because that could get in the way of going and visiting really cool places, and like that pizza place you went to. JSG Droid gets to fly, had a super cooking session this morning, and I'm feeling productive. See, isn't it great to feel productive? But that kind of a cooking session means there's really good food when, for JSG Droid. Hello, Danny. Danny VDW has arrived too. We're just getting ready to go here. Our airplane's all ready. I guess while we're waiting for them to let us push, we need to do a chocolate check. And there's our chocolate hearts already loaded in the airplane and ready to go. I know, what is a simulation if we're living in the Matrix and stuff like that?
All underground, hello from Scandinavian 177.
JSG Droid will update food once airborne. There we go.
We are in Air 321 looking for clearance down to Echo Delta Delta Victor, please.
First, Berlin 441, station number.
Air Berlin 441, we are at stand 15.
Air Berlin 441, Roger, thank you. Contact on underground 1217005.
121705 for Berlin 441. Thanks, have a good weekend.
Thank you, bye.
121705, almost ready to go. Vex Freeze says that Swiss gives out a small chocolate with a logo during the flight too. Again, this is an airline. Their business is to fly people from and cargo from one place to another. but a little touch like the Swiss chocolate, like something like that. Again, like I said, it's a bit of an obsession for me, but people being nice to people is a big deal. Loviz says they fly back to Miami on Friday, so you get 2 weeks in Germany. Hi, Carney. Carney is back from the Polderbahn spotting. How was your Polderbahn spotting, Carney? Is there a good place to go for that?
Pushback and start up approach, QNH,
Google Images, Swiss airline chocolate. So Vexfreeze says while we're waiting to break in.
On ground, Finnair 888, heavy stand 111, request push and start.
Finnair 888, all on the ground, good evening.
So this would be the Fly Swiss chocolate.
Push and start approved, QNH 1012, Finnair 888.
So that's what the chocolate would be there for a Swiss. That's not bad. That looks really pretty good. Again, just a nice little touch. And if somebody takes the time to be nice to somebody else, that's great. Carney says they're using the Polderbahn for arrivals today. And you got a 747.
Okay, so
Vexfreeze, so it's, you know, it doesn't have to be big. It's just, you know, a bite of chocolate like that is just really nice. Very nice like that.
Okay.
Tim J says that might not be made by Linda Chocolates, though.
Berlin 195 cancel pushback clearance.
Berlin 159, we're back with you, canceling pushback clearance. Standing by. Berlin 159.
Haven't heard a cancel your pushback clearance before. Our land to ground. Hello there, Air Berlin 441 is at stand 15 with information Kila, requesting startup and pushback.
Air Berlin 441, pushback and startup approach, QNH 1012.
1012, push approved for Berlin 441.
Commencing push.
Here we go. How is it that I get to go before JSG Droid? JSG Droid was here first. Have you been taking your cloaking device pills again? I mean, seriously. Hey, TPE, we are enjoying the event in Sweden. It's called like Sweden Sundays, right?
Top clearance granted.
It's like Sweden Sundays. How is it that we get to go before this plane? Oh, JSG Droid's in an A321 today. How about starting engine number 1? Oh my gosh, some gift subs just came in. Some gift subs just popped in here. Hang on a sec. There we go. It was JSG Droid. Okay, now that was so nice. JSG Droid, thank you for gifting out 10 subs to the community. Got no idea how much I appreciate that. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. It's also part of the hype train, and it's September, so that makes it even nicer for you. Thank you for helping to save a little money, but also thank you for the great support. Awesome jet fuel in the flight plan.
But in the 159er, if you follow the standard push procedure, it's gonna be no factor.
No factor.
And Spy Hat, Pratt PT's here. Hi, Pratt PT. Parking brakes are set.
Unlocking gear.
Let's do the low-vis Airbus hat today. I think low-vis was in an Airbus the other day and was wearing the low-vis Airbus hat. He lets you push in front. Okay, I see what's going on. Wow. Your airplane looks a lot longer than mine. Yours looks a lot longer than mine. Fat Rat just arrived. Hello there and welcome on in. Fat Rat got one of the gift subs from JSG Droid. Evie is back in chat. Evie's flying an A330-900 from Heathrow to Orlando. Hope you're having a nice flight today.
Right is clear.
Loviz left your Boeing hat at home. Well, you won't be able to go Boeing on the ground or something. I think it is the Orbix Airport, Yuval. I'm holding off on my next engine just because we're behind this airplane. Evie says there's very poor weather in London. I think that's like a requirement, right? That there's not good weather in London.
All underground.
I did recover. You know, sometimes the long flights, you almost feel like a little bit hungover in a way. I didn't feel hungover. It would just, went to bed almost immediately after the live stream, but still.
77 all underground, good evening, pushback and start of approved.
Pushback approved, and Scandinavian 177.
Finnair 888, ready taxi.
Finnair 888, taxi 2 on the point, 1 minor right, hold short of 0 kilo.
Starting 2.
Taxi holding one from a 19 right and hold short. Could you repeat the holding one?
Hold short 0 kilo.
Hold short 0 kilo, Finnair 888.
No brew in the Airbrow Cup today. It's basically, it's spy tea today. But I do think that I'm going to have to do a grocery store trip and see if there's any kind of a real German brew in the refrigerators here, you know, next to the Bud Light and Coors Light, and see if we can enjoy something really authentic in here.
Uniform passing from left to right.
Giving way to the speed bird coming from left to right on uniform.
Getting a good start there. Okay, so there's going to be a taxi route here that we need to remember to take. Oh, that's Hannover. If you look carefully at the charts, there's little arrows to tell you which ones you're supposed to take. So we're over here, and I think we're supposed, when we come out of here, we're going to want to go, it's going to probably be like Zulu Hotel, Zulu Juliet, and then it's going to be Yankee, and I think you see the arrows on the taxi chart. Yeah, it's got, this one's called taxi route. So you see these little arrows here? So coming around here, that's Zulu. That's if you're southbound, but if you're northbound up to runway 09 right, you're going to want to get over on Yankee. Plus, of course, they tell you to do something else. Okay, we got 2 good starts. We do. Starter back to normal. That looks good. We are done here and done there.
Embraer 195 now, taxi to Hollow Point, runway 19 right, hold short of 0 kilo.
Taxi 19 right, hold short 0 kilo, Berlin 195 now.
Okay, it's going to be trim up 0.8. There we go. It's going to be flaps 1. And speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max. And light goes on. Cabin call. Arlanda ground, hello there, Air Berlin 441, pushed and started from stand 15, requesting taxi.
And by first, bus 1 kilo, contact ground.
Carney says I need to look for a Polaner in the USA. I have had that, I've had it in other towns. I found that in other towns.
Berlin 441, behind company, taxi to Hollow Point, runway 19 right, hold short of 0 kilo.
We'll follow the company to runway 19 right, and we'll hold short of Zulu Kilo for Air Berlin 441. Shall we go? Parking brake. It should be a logger and a wee man. Okay. There is actually, in Telluride, there was a special club there a long time ago, and the Polaner, I'm probably saying it the wrong way, but the Polaner was the featured brew. They actually had it on tap there, I think.
Taxi to Hollow Point, runway 19 right, give Gresham hold short of 0 kilo.
Got a sassy little airplane over there. Yankee, JSG droid, Yankee. You can see that there's the arrows here. So continue across Zulu and go to Yankee for your northbound.
Hold short of Zulu, expect stand 18.
And Zulu Kila is over there.
Hold short Zulu, and then we will expect 18 category 32 Romeo.
Gotta tell you, the 777 was great on the long haul yesterday. It really was a good event. Across the land was very nice, and the 777 was awesome.
Berlin 441, give way for the Finnair E330 passing from left to right.
Give way to the Finnair A330 passing left to right. Air Berlin 441. And there's our, there it is.
Contact ground 121, Despen 930.
121-9030, Berlin 195. Thank you.
Finnair 888, contact the ground 121, Despen 930.
121-930, Finnair 888, go ahead.
Oh boy, they've got blueberry juice on the Finnair up there, right? That's the airline that gives away blueberry juice, as you know. They don't have chocolate hearts, but they have blueberry juice.
All underground, good evening, Scandinavian Summer Papa and Whiskey.
Sure is getting darker sooner. Really seems like it just got light, and now all of a sudden it's gotten darker quicker.
441, contact ground 121.930.
121.930 for Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Scandinavian 177, that's not the standard taxi rate, but no worries. Contact ground 121.930.
Think we just got our first no worries on frequency. I think so, TPE. I don't know about that yet. I'm not looking very far ahead these days because we are kind of always just making it up as we go. But that sounds like a good event.
Hello, Canadian 702, hold position. We have delays due to sector capacity. Canadian 897, continue taxi behind the Air Berlin.
Continue taxi behind Air Berlin for Yankee 9, that's going to mean
Air Berlin 195, 9er, contact tower 118.505.
118.505, Berlin 195.
Arlanda Ground, hello there. Air Berlin 441 is on Lima at Zulu Kilo.
Hello, Air Berlin 441, continue taxi, holding point 19 right.
Continue taxi, holding point 19 right. Air Berlin 441. Did you get told off? How did you get told off, Irvi? Am I just clueless? Tower 118.505.
Continue behind Scandinavian 1820.
118.505. I think I see dogs in chat for following me.
On the ground, hello, Scandinavian 177.
Hi, dogs.
On the Yankee, just behind the Air Berlin.
Super duper happy Sunday to you.
Continue taxi, holding point 19 right.
Continue taxi to holding point
next we're gonna continuing service, Hannover to München. We're celebrating something in Munich today. Well, it's not in, well, sort of. I guess, yeah, you're gonna have to unfollow or something like that. You can't be a follower anymore. Hi, DMK. Good to see you. Tim J, that was great. Professor, there is something called...
Hello, Canadian 7 Mike Papa, continue taxi stand 10.
It's not Cloud Shark.
Continue stand 10. Papa.
There is one. I'm trying to remember it is, and it doesn't have everything. Man, how can I not remember that? I used it for so long.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Turnpoint is back. Hi, Turnpoint. Turnpoint just did a resub for 6 months. Thank you for a 6-month resub, Turnpoint. Really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep all the lights on here. I couldn't do it without you.
118.505, Finnair 888, go ahead.
Okay, ECAM.
441, call tower 118.505.
118.505 for Berlin 441, thanks.
Scandinavian 177, tower
Thanks, turn point.
18505.
Very nice.
18505, Scandinavian 177, thank you, bye-bye.
And departure should be 124105.
Tower, hello. Expect the delays about 15-20 minutes due to high load in the air.
Right.
12105. Orlando Tower, hi there. Air Berlin 441 is approaching holding point. Runway 19 right, fully ready.
Air Berlin 441, Orlando Tower, very good evening. Bad news, since there is a high load in the air at the moment, there will be quite some big delays. Expect about 20-25 minutes until departure.
Understand a 20-minute departure delay, no problem. When we get to our holding point, are we clear to shut down engines and save a little fuel from Berlin 441?
Berlin 441, yes, no problem, it's approved, and then report ready for engine start again.
We'll it only takes about 3 minutes for engine start, but we'll get up here and shift over to the APU and be ready to go when traffic says we can go. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Hefty Lefty, welcome aboard. Chart Fox, that was it.
Hello.
Thanks, Ben. You got it. Hi, Jim. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Hefty, so I've got a tiller, and that's how it is that I'm turning right and left and stuff like that.
Yep, no problem. At least
I'll be doing and I also am using brakes and stuff. Okay, so we're gonna get the APU open. The thing that one of the things I really do like about my about the A319 is it does what's called a thrust idle taxi. That means when you release the brakes, it starts to roll forward a little bit, so you don't have to goose the engines or anything like that.
And Tower Berlin 19590, we'll just be shutting down one engine, so we'll need about 1.5 minutes before we start.
Berlin 19590, no problem. Are you able to line up runway 1 on the right first?
Absolutely, we can line up and wait for 19590. Do you want to keep both engines running, or should we go to one engine with CH or departure?
Berlin 19590, expect 5 minutes until departure. Line up and wait, runway 1 on the right.
10 minutes, 19 right, and we'll pull down one engine, 19590.
Starting up the APU.
19590, only 5
I know, 20-minute delay, Professor Ben. Yeah, this is going to be a long one. But we could do that and yammer about...
Roger, but it's exactly 5 minutes until departure, so there will be about 3 minutes until it starts.
I'll leave both engines running for 19590.
I boarded about 30 minutes extra fuel, so we've got plenty of fuel.
123.755.
Generated, what is the expected delay for us?
That's right. Ben reminds us that we've got charts. So these charts that you see me using here, these charts, these you get in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Now you're still not going to have probably the updated data as much as if you had Navigraph, but still. Canadian Bear, welcome aboard. But yeah, those charts are in Flight Sim 2024. So you can see I just released the brakes so that we can inch up here. And we're slowly inching up, so we don't need to go and do any, you know, Corlinks. Did I say that name right? Welcome aboard, Corlinks. Thank you for coming in.
Greenland 897, expect currently 16 minutes until departure.
6 minutes, 897.
They're already starting to trim the time a little bit. Manaphy, good to see you, Manaphy. Thanks for coming in today. You're heading into München too. So I know Dogs just came in. With these kinds of delays, Dogs, if you want to join us here in Stockholm for Hannover, you'd probably get out just fine on that one. Okay, so that airplane's going to sit there for a while. What do you say? I'm going to shut down engine number 1 and number 2. Engine number 2 is shutting down. APU bleed. We're going to turn on the cross bleed, and we need electric pump for brakes. So that engine's going to shut down just to save some fuel. Dogs is going to wait for Hanover. Hi, Henrik. Welcome aboard. So let's see. We got a little time while we're going to sit here and wait. And I was mentioning that I had one of the beer coaster things, like this one from Airbrow and Hofbrauhaus. I have one for a place called Martin's Tavern. And Martin's Tavern is over in Georgetown. And that is in Washington, D.C. And a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, there was a spy who worked in the White House, I believe. And the spy that worked in the White House would go over to Martin's Tavern, sit at the end of the bar, have a beer, and when nobody was looking, would stuff little pieces of paper in little cracks and stuff under the top of the bar. Okay, so nobody could find it and stuff like that. And finish the beer and take off. Then after that, about a week or so later, that spy's what's called a handler, the person that handles that spy, or maybe that person's maybe the handler's helper or something. A week or so later, somebody in cahoots with the spy would go to Martin's Tavern, sit at the end of the bar, and reach under there and feel for some paper. And when nobody was looking, take the paper out and put it in their pocket, finish their beer, and get going. And so at that point in time, that way, the actual spy was never in physical contact in the same room at the same time with their handler, basically the spy's boss.
Everyone, 909, expect frequency 126.655.
126.655.
126.655.
And everyone 909, wind 090 6 knots, runway 1
Chase Detroit gets to go.
Right, clear for takeoff.
And that is what's called a dead drop. So that means...
888, line up and wait, runway 1 on the right.
And that was called a dead drop.
We'll take a minute.
So there we go. Wilson is at Spy HQ. It is. Hi, T-Bird.
No, you will have a 6 minute in sequence, line up and wait, runway 1 on the right, and ready.
I'm going to leave one engine running for the moment. We're moving a lot faster than I thought. I don't think we're going to be here a full 20 minutes before we depart. But that is what's called a dead drop. That's how you can communicate. Okay, well, we're the little airplane in the middle of two big airplanes, right? I think Irvy's one of those, one of the A330s there. And that's just one of the ways that spies could communicate back in the day before we had email and other stuff, and it's secret communications. Irvy is a Scandinavian today. And that's a dead drop. And it was kind of a cool thing. Spy stuff, cool things. I mean, pretty, you know, nasty messages going back and forth.
Would it be possible for you to give us a 2-minute warning? We decided to shut down one of the engines.
Have I heard of Agent 566? Eli Cohen was his name. I don't think I've heard that reference before, Tim J. I'm not sure. I don't think I have. Oh, there's always a gator on the runway causing a problem. Always a problem like that.
Air Berlin 1959, contact Stockholm approach on 126.655.
Good, we're all set with our departure frequency. Oh, that airplane's gonna line up and wait. So we're gonna use a single engine and move forward here. So that means we're gonna actually have to rev it up a little bit to get us going. Because now we don't have both engines going. So what we'll do is as soon as the Finnair departs, we'll start engine 2 back up again. If we'd known about the delays earlier, we would have probably just did a single engine taxi to get out. But we're moving a lot faster. There we go, parking brakes.
Nordic 1 for Lima, contact Arlanda Tower on 125.130.
Look at all the airplanes swarming around Stockholm tonight. It's busy tonight. This event is called Stockholm Sunday. Everything else looks good. We turned on the electric pump here for the yellow system so that we would have, you know, power for braking. Look, Locken Gaming, right? Over on YouTube. Hi, Locken Gaming. I have a private pilot's license, so I can fly little baby airplanes. Cessna 152, 172, and a Cardinal, not big jets. But in Microsoft Flight Simulator, we like our big jets, so we do that. Elhan Ben Sal Cohen was an Egyptian-born Israeli. He is best known espionage in Syria. So I bet he took his espionage work rather serious. Is that not funny? I better not do the drums. It might be a bad joke. He developed close relationships with the political hierarchy. And Tim J says there's a few documentaries. Locken, you're training for your private pilot? Okay, Irby says it wasn't that bad of a joke. So I don't know if you're using Microsoft Flight Simulator as like playing with your training, but Microsoft Flight Simulator has the kinds of airplanes that you would use as a private pilot, student, so you can, like Mountain Man, who comes into chat every now and then. Mountain Man is currently getting a private pilot's license too. And Mountain Man has the kind of airplane in the simulator that Mountain Man flies in the real world as a student. So Mountain Man was able to do cross-country flight planning and training and other stuff in the sim before going out to the airport and did really well. Oh, you've got X-Plane 12, so you're going to probably have your airplane in there, and that's really good. If you're looking for VFR training, I would suggest perhaps looking at MSFS, the new one, because it has a lot of the real-world landmarks that used to not be there, like broadcast towers, power lines, and stuff like that, which are on your sectional maps, and that's kind of a cool thing to have. So I think having a flight simulator at home is an incredible way to sort of give your flight training, your real world flight training, a bit of a jump start. And it just, plus you get to have a little bit of fun with this. You know, real world flight training is serious stuff, but you get to have a good time. So there you go. The PCFI chapter has a hangar that has a Cessna 152 home cockpit and a Garmin. So Manaphy, see, you've got those real kind simulator trainings, I think really good for flight simming. I would have loved to have had something like this when I was doing my private pilot stuff. There was one that I could use at the FBO where I was training, but you had to pay for it by the hour, and you know that could get expensive too. So this is really cool.
There, 8 wind 090 degrees, 6 knots.
Starting engine number 2.
0 and 120 degrees. Runway 1 on the right.
Brakes off. Engine number 2 starting. And starts. There comes engine number 2. Manaphy, that is really smart to join the local a local club like that. Flight Sim Aviation, are you going to get a private pilot's license? So they're all 6-pack airplanes. So that's going to be really good for you, Locken, and congratulations on getting to do that. And you know, X-Plane is going to be very good for your you know, to help with your flight training. The only reason I suggest Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is because you're doing a private pilot license is essentially VFR flying. It's not all this instrument stuff. And I think that visually, Microsoft Flight Simulator is going to give you a lot better visual cues that you're going to look for in the real world. Okay, starter back off. All right, electric pump off. Cross bleed is back to auto. APU bleed, APU are off. And just check the ECAM. ECAM looks really, really good. Let's come down here and we're going to do weather radar, predictive wind shear. Temperature outside the airplane is 15 degrees. I'm not too worried about icing at the moment, but we have to keep an eye out for that. And now we're fully ready. Locken, you're doing your last private pilot's exam. Those are tough. Those are tough. How much do I like the microphone? I think it's okay. It's got good sound. It's a lot better than what I was using when I first started out. I think a good quality condenser mic. You know, they're selling what we used to refer to as broadcast quality RE20 microphones. In fact, I see a lot of podcasters and stuff using what was the pro quality RE20s that I used for years in radio that you could get for mics and stuff. This is something I don't know how I bought it a long time ago, and it works great. JSG Droid says the lighting on the departure is going to be good.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
I know. I
agent.
think visually, even at night,
Loyalty
it's going to be
noted.
nice, isn't it? Evie just did a resub. Evie's been here for 3 months. Thank you for a 3-month resub, Evie, and very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. And in the middle of all that, AI Creations arrived too. Hi, AI Creations. And we should be good. Minimum takeoff fuel. Let's just go and make sure we boarded a ton of fuel. Minimum takeoff fuel is 6.7 tons. And right now I have 7.1. So we've still got plenty of fuel to do the flight. The Rode podcast mic's supposed to be really good too. I think that Rode, who makes the Rodecasters, is really, their stuff is really good. I like those too.
897, now it's about 2 minutes until departure. When ready, line up and wait, runway 1 on the right via Yankee 9.
897, copy, line up and wait, 9 to right. 897.
We're going to another VATSIM event in Hannover.
Airplane 441. Traffic information, it's about 8 minutes until departure.
8 minutes till departure. We're going to go ahead and get everything started up and be ready to go. Berlin 441. Okay, we're good to go. So 8 minutes for departure. You know what? Let's set a chrono on that.
Chrono 177.
So 8 minutes for departure for us.
Until departure.
So was that for Scandinavia 177?
177, yeah, just information about 3 minutes until departure.
3 minutes until depart, that's fine. Scandinavia 177.
So I just turned my brakes off, and we're going to slowly edge forward up to the line here and be ready. This is a double VATSIM event. So that's a VATSIM event here in Sweden. It's Stockholm Sunday, or Sweden Sunday, I think. And there's also a VATSIM event in Hannover. I don't know that there's anything in München or anything. And it could be, you know, we'll be a little tired of flying at night, so. But that's our next one. TPE, it's the yearly CPH Live Controlling Drinking in Tuborg. And you get to meet with some friends too. Okay, now we're at the line, so parking brakes back on. And that's a minute and a half. Manaphy, I think that a lot of people are starting, you know, it's not just US events, Manaphy. A318 would be nice, but...
97, wind 090, 7 knots, fly between 060 and 120.
No kidding, we do need an A318.
Clear takeoff 19 right, Scandinavia 897.
Almost time to go. Hi, Salt Lake. Salt Lake, we are in Stockholm right now, and we are going down to Hannover in Germany. And assuming everybody still thinks it's a good idea, we'll stay on the airplane in Hanover and do another flight a little further south down to München so that we can go to Airbrau. Manaphy likes the Horizon A318. It's not Phoenix, but the liveries aren't working. We did a flight recently. We did Tromsø to Alta to Hammerfest. So we did that one recently, Professor. Are my passengers sitting in darkness? They do turn the lights out or dim the lights in the cabin for departure. So if you take a look here in the cabin, you can see that, you know, the lights are definitely a little bit on the dim side. So the cabin isn't fully lit. It was 20 minutes. I think we're only waiting about 15 on this one. We're 3 minutes into an 8-minute. Sorry you missed that, Professor. We could always go back and do something. Tromsø's a favorite airport. It's a cool little place to go. I think it would be a great town to visit someday in real life and go and spend a week there to watch the Northern Lights.
827, passing 1000
Screaming 97, contact Stockholm approach 123.755.
13755, okay, 897.
Berlin 441, news, restrictions are suddenly released. When ready, line up and wait, runway 1 on the right.
19 right, line up and wait, we're ready to go right now. Great news about the restrictions from Berlin 441, thanks. Strobes, lights are ready.
Okay,
Out we go.
In this case, 090, correction, wind is 090 degrees 5 knots. It's vary between 060 and 120 degrees. Runway 1 on right, clear for takeoff. 19
right, clear for takeoff. Berlin 441, thanks for the fun ATC.
Thanks for flying. 177, when you are ready with the engine starts, in sequence, line up and wait, runway 1 on the right.
The line up and wait behind the air Berlin, once entry fire back over to Scandinavia 177.
177 and report ready for departure.
We'll report ready, Scandinavia 177.
Landing lights. And throttles up about halfway. Engines are stable. El Clocko is running. And manual flex. SRS runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. Stuff we did not say yesterday on the big Boeing and the Embraer E-Jet flight. 100 knots checked. V1, hands off the throttles. We're flying and rotate. Positive climb, gear going up. And a nice view of Orlando Airport. And sadly, there it is, the 747 hotel that's no longer in business. That's too bad. I thought that was a cool idea.
Airplane 441 from Stockholm approach 123.755. Have a very nice flight.
123.755 now for Air Berlin 441. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Lever climb, thrust climb. Stockholm approach. Hi there, Air Berlin 441 is passing 2,800 for 5.
Air Berlin 441, Stockholm approach, hello, identify. Flight level 180, high speed approved.
Flight level 180, warp speed approved for Air Berlin 441. Warp factor speed, away we go. We also got the flaps up. Still flying by hand here. That's the neat thing about the Phoenix. You really can fly it for quite a while by hand. But AP on. And maps coming up. Maps are coming out. And flight level 180, that looks good. Altimeters, standard, standard, and standard. Altimeters are good. After takeoff items, landing gear is up. Flaps are up. Speed brakes are down. Let's do the dome lights to medium to low. And that looks good there. That looks good there. Nothing to worry about there. We're flying. And nobody got hurt. Ludicrous speed, just as long as we don't go plaid, right, Andrew? Good to see you, Andrew. Thank you for coming in today. Andre, so far the flight has been very, very happy. Yeah, I know. The airplane doesn't like that, right, Amargosa? The airplane really would like you. 118.405 now for Air Berlin 441. Thanks.
Arlander approach, hello from Scandinavian 1.
110, level L stock.
110, level L stock, runway 9 Quebec Papa.
Runway 9 Quebec Papa, cleared L stock 7.
And landing lights off, nose light, cabin call 10,000 feet. Hi, Ashley. Looking good there. Orlando approach, hello there. Air Berlin 441 passing flight level 100 for flight level 180.
Air Berlin 441, good evening, Sweden Crown radar contact, come to flight level 280.
Flight level 280 now for Air Berlin 441. 280 looking good. Dogs needs to know about a jetway fix for GSX. Andre said a hi, engage, and I think I saw a zap of lightning over there. There was a zap of lightning. I think there was lightning there. The new overhead panel that came out for the A320, I don't think I've seen that, Amargosa. Mustache, bonsoir to you, and thank you for coming in. I think we should definitely do a hydrate with the new Airbrow mug. Do you know? I do. It's been a long time, so I think I'm really, really ridiculously rusty with my E6B. And I don't know if it's in the wide shot or not. If it isn't, it should be. Let's see. Is it over there? No, it's not in the shot. So a little bit further over that way is my logbook and my E6B. But yeah, definitely have one of those. Weather radar should be working on this airplane. Yep. And Professor saw lightning too. You need to know that for the exam. Lock-in gaming. I know we use our computers an awful lot, but I think that knowledge of an E6B and having one is a good idea. It really is. That being said, there is a tool here. Oh, I saw that, Zap. Okay, there's a website over here. This is the online E6B calculator and emulator. Okay? So there's this thing here, and this is an online E6B. I think there's like several of them. Here's the University of North Dakota. This is a nice one because, yeah, this one looks really good too. I'll just pop that in too. So this is the math side, and then it'll also show the wind side. This one looks almost exactly like mine. So there's two good ones, and I would actually play with those any way that you possibly can.
Scandinavian 177 passing 10,400 for flight level 180.
I'm getting a little bit of weather here. Not a lot.
Flight level 280 or now Scandinavian 177.
They are complicated.
441, speed 290 knots or greater.
290 knots or greater now for Air Berlin 441. But you would do crosswind correction calculations with that. You could do fuel calculations. You could do ETA calculations. It is complex, but it's very handy. The fact that it's round like that, especially if you're in a small, like Cessna cockpit, it's not too big, but it does a lot. So it's really good to have.
Clear direct L-Dock and L-Dock 7 Papa, from 1 minute left.
It's -3. We've got clouds. I'm just going to turn on engine anti-ice. We've got moisture out there. I'm just going to pop that on. You never know.
Scanner 162, descend to flight level 110, level L-Dock.
Flight level 110, level L-Dock, Scandinavian 162.
We are 552 miles out from Hannover. We should be landing at 2033 Zulu. It is currently 1904 Zulu, because I know Dogs is waiting for us to get to Hanover. So that's kind of what we've got there. I did go in, so when we took off from München yesterday, when we took off from there, I noticed double taxiway lines. So I disabled the default Munich scenery, and I had a payware from 2020. I activated that, and the lines were good in the airport. Airport looks good. So that took care of those lines. I hope that those work. Lock-in gaming, yeah. YouTube videos are going to be your friend on those too. YouTube videos are really going to help you figure out, you know, exactly what it is that you need. Let's turn the airplane down just a click. I think I have the airplane running a little bit too loud. Oh, we're definitely seeing some moisture over here now. Definitely have a little bit of moisture.
Berlin 441, contact Sweden ground 124.155.
124.155 now for Air Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend. 124.155. I need to get my short-term memory sharpened up again. 124.155. And that's Sweden control Will from online has arrived. Welcome aboard, Will from online. Happy you made it online today. Sweden Control, good evening from Air Berlin 441. Passing flight level 260 for flight level 280.
Air Berlin 441, Sweden Control, identified, flight level 380.
Flight level 380 now for Air Berlin 441. There we go. Flight level 380. All set and ready. Hannover, here we come. So this is our long beer run. We're departing from Stockholm, picking up some friends in Hannover, and continuing on to München for airbrow fun and burgers. Really craving, you know, one of the bigger burgers and a big plate of steak fries.
Ryanair 35 Charlie Yankee, contact Gdansk approach 127.280.
Over to Gdansk approach 127.280, Ryanair 35 Yankee.
And let's see, Berlin 1959, there's JSG Droid making really good progress.
Air France 2257, request further descent.
Air France 2257, descent.
And Hanover is just below
290
Hamburg.
And
So there's Hamburg.
You're starting your hold now at payload.
Let's see.
I missed that.
EDDV,
Air France
so
257,
Hanover.
hold at the present position.
Hanover says they are still landing on runway 27 right and 27 left. Radar vectors, weather looks like it's okay. So we're looking pretty good.
2257, are you able to hold or do you need a vector?
And they'll probably be going offline, but down at München.
I can only hold on the next waypoint or give me a
From
vector.
Hanover to München, they are landing on 26 left and right in there.
Right 220, from 2257.
26 left and right for our second arrival.
Auckland 31 Delta, descent flight level 290.
So you want to go
turn right
and leave
direct
the
needed.
airplane on when you get to Hanover, and then once you get to Hanover, refile a flight plan while you unload the plane, and then load the plane, load your flight plan, and off you go. Tom, SCH 1982, welcome aboard.
No, Lufthansa 881, you remain this frequency.
Hope
and
you're
I
doing
will
good.
have
Welcome aboard. Let's see. Looks like it's a little cloudier right now. A little bit cloudier, maybe not as hot. We're kind of flying over Frankfurt today. Corey Links is back in chat. Good to see you, Corey Links. Thank you for coming into chat today.
EC 472, Sweden Control.
And I think that's going to be our departure. So we'll go ahead and let the airplane track over here on that map.
Air France 2257, contact Sweden Control.
Somebody was asking if the passengers were in the dark. So after takeoff, just like in the real airplanes, the flight attendants will turn the cabin lights back up. I think if we wanted to, we could turn them down ourselves, but I kind of just leave them on automatic and let it take care of it. We even have Air Berlin headrest covers.
Sweden Control, how often Scandinavian 177 passing 502
Andrew, Angry Alpaca, yes. They did a nice job on the liveries for Air Berlin for the Phoenix airplanes. There's also a really nice Air Berlin livery for the A330. They've got a nice one of those too. Hi, Sphinx Music.
EC472 when ready.
Yep, absolutely. We definitely need some of those Air Berlin chocolates for today.
When ready, descent flight level 290, EC472.
Lufthansa 881, contact Sweden now.
So there's an event.
1755.
It's a live event that we just heard about. We need to check that out and maybe make plans to fly in that event. So here's the calendar, and it's I think it's Saturday, right? It's called Copenhagen Live. So Copenhagen Live.
Hotel Echo, Sweden.
Here is the information on Copenhagen Live. Air Berlin hearts just like that, T-Bird. Copenhagen Live is from 0400 to 2200 Zulu. Well, anything in Copenhagen is going to be immersive. They're probably going to do holds too. Probably a few diversions too. Top tier service, fly in or out of Denmark. They are going to have competitions and prizes. Wow, that's cool. Prizes from Orbix, Aerosoft, and SimNord. Book your slot and learn more. Ooh, we have to book slots. We need to do slots then. Visit. Okay, so we got to visit a website here. I just put a link in. And this is CPH Live, Copenhagen Live. Bookings. Copenhagen Live. Welcome. Please read carefully. Bookings are not mandatory. It's purely for planning and convenience. I think it's great. Okay, we encourage you highly to book your flight in and out of EKCH for the event. By doing this, you will have a designated stand and we will clear you for the best of our ability. Help you manage an otherwise chaotic event. There you go. Choose between either real-world flights or book an open slot and put the information in yourself. Let's see what kind of slots we have. I'm going to put a link in here if my other link didn't work for you.
Actually, Top 730 Whiskey,
all right, so let's see here.
Current level, and I can give you further climb in about 3 miles.
We usually are flying ETA, ETD. We need a 1900 Zulu departure.
Hey, from.
There's it goes from 04 to 21.
EC472, contact Sweden control.
Oh, Lovis would like this one. Here is Boston Logan into Copenhagen. Henrik is checking in from Brazil. Hi, Henrik. Brazil Eagle Airlines Virtual. You know what, Henrik? Lovis spotted your livery. Thought it looked really good. Uh-oh. Does that mean do I need to shut up? Get to yapping away here. Here's a bunch of...
K730 Whiskey, climb flight level 360.
There is a huge list of slots here. Okay, here's some 1900.
408.
No, we need 1800. We are earlier. Okay, we usually fly into Copenhagen. We ought to do a departure from Copenhagen. So here is perfect. Oh, I gotta log in. Now we gotta figure out where we want to go.
Scandinavian 5 Zulu Whiskey at flight level 350.
So call sign. So it's pilot's choice. Oh, okay. So I don't have to tell them which. I just have to give them a call sign and that. Dog says we should go from Copenhagen to London City.
408, proceed direct Niduk.
So Dog says we ought to go. Okay, so that's going to probably be an A319. Let's see. What could I do for London City? Andrew says go to Gatwick. Well, the thing is you could go wherever you want on this one. Dogs says we should do Speedbird. Let's see if I've got a Speedbird bus. So British Airways, I've got an A319 with IAE engines. So let's make it a BAW. And I guess I don't have to tell it where I am going. I guess I don't have to tell them where I'm going. Okay.
Lost 106 feet, not identified, climb flight level 370.
Confirm.
Scandinavian 408, when ready, descend flight level 290.
Now, I usually like to go back in. And it shows my booking. Okay, so what I usually will do after something like this, BAE 146 in a VATSIM event, sure. Okay, so what I like to do is I will come over here, and I'm going to click my booking.
Reinforcements incoming.
And then what I do is I go and I will get a blank notepad page like this one, and then I'll just copy all of this down. Copy all that down, and then just put it in here and kind of clean it all up. And so that way I know that I've got a booking, and then I'll save it over to the desktop. So let me clear out the old one. And now what we'll do is this is going to be for Copenhagen Live. That's September 20th. So save as on my desktop. So it's going to be a text file, 920 Copenhagen Live. And now I'm going to have a small text file with all of my information there on my desktop, so I'm all ready to go. And I guess we get to go any place we want, so we're good.
Canadian 5 Zulu Whiskey, maintain Mach decimal.
We now have a slot for a Saturday VATSIM event for the live event. Sadly, I'm not going to do the BA. I'm not going to do a BAE 146. It's just not fun. JSG Droid's doing pretty good. We're still, there's the Scandi flight, and there we are. We're going to get a handoff soon, I think. Ben says chicken. Let's see. Dog's got one. So Dog's, you've got a departure slot too. And while I was busy yapping away there, Long Haul Pilot did a raid. Hi, Long Haul Pilot. What long haul did you do today? Thanks for coming in. Welcome in, Raiders.
441, Sweden.
Air Berlin 441, hello. Thank you.
Air Berlin 441, hello. Contact Sweden, 127.755.
127.755 for Air Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Please navigate in welcome back 893 360 inbound Tibet.
Listen 893, good evening, Sweden identified, squawk 52.
Sweden radar Delta Bravo Mike.
Thanks, Irby.
Good evening.
Tim is not going to be home on September 20th. Sorry you can't be home for that. I hope you get to go to a fun place, though, Tim. Sweden Control, very good evening. Air Berlin 441, level at flight level 380.
Air Berlin 441, hello, Sweden Control, identified.
Let's do seatbelts off. Seatbelts. Tim J's gonna go see your grandmother. So we got some thunderstorms off the left wingtip there. Kind of going between the two. Okay, so far so good.
Climb flight level 410 Delta Charlie Mike.
So now I'll have over in a special part of my desktop where all of my little, shortcuts are. All of those, I'll have a special a text file that has all the flight information for a special VATSIM event. That's how I kind of keep track of all that information when, for cross the pond, cross the land, and stuff like that. So that's that's how I do that. Good Abend, Benjamin. Thanks for coming by today. Welcome on in, and a super duper happy Sunday. If you missed this departure, we're going to stay on the ground in Hannover, refile a flight plan, and have continuing service down to Munich.
Does we travel Romeo confirm? Do you want us to descend
265 miles to top of descent.
When ready.
Roger.
And Suntrip 012, is it possible to request the RNP approach Zulu for 17 moment?
Suntrip 012, that is okay.
Suntrip 012, currently direct position Norway.
All right, here is the latest information. Delta is current at Hannover. No changes. 27 right, 27 left. I'm kind of expecting the left side since we're a smaller airplane. Report preferred runway on initial contact. Sounds good. Bremen radar on departure. Transition level 7,000. Everything else looks great. Yesterday was awesome, Wheelchair Gamer. It was a very, very well done event. Cross the land was great. Everybody made it just fine. The airport that we picked up, there was a payware we picked up for Bahrain. That was really nice. I did notice a scenery error that I had in Munich, and I think I fixed it for our next arrival. Twin Smile Aviation, cheers and welcome on in. And that would be our first cup of spy tea. Berlin Ops. No ADC required. On-time departure. Yeah, the land is always cross with me, especially at the end of flights like that, because it smacks my wheels so hard that I don't have a very good landing rate. Landy Coffee has done that. I'm trying to get off the coffee a little bit earlier in the day. I don't want to get too, because in the wintertime when it's cold outside, I drink a lot of coffee, just as, for warmth. So I'm trying to acclimate to the cooler temperatures and not drink as much coffee. The Arizona teas are actually pretty good. So I've got, their green tea and the Arnold Palmer tea, and it's really pretty good. Hi, Heavy Weather. Welcome aboard, and thank you for coming by today. So now we'll, I think this... Yep, that's Arnold Palmer. It's got lemonade in it. So that's pretty good. 245 miles to top of descent.
Sweden Control, good evening. Turkish 175 crossing at flight level 330.
I've got an airplane right over there, off to the left, so right in the middle of the screen, there's an airplane passing us right over there, and look right over here, and there's another one flying along. I know, I kind of wonder, Tim J, what is Landy Coffee? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're missing a call. Nope, we're in this area here. Wheelchair Gamer, the first of at least two. I don't know how we're going to feel after we land in München. We had a very long day yesterday, so I don't know if we all want to just do 2 flights, call it a day, and we do have to figure out where we want to depart from tomorrow in for vectors to Copenhagen. So we ought to go and see what's happening on Monday for departures into Vectors to Copenhagen tomorrow. Am I ready? Oh yeah. What kind of food did you do? JSG Droid started making food yesterday, and it was a big cooking thing. What did you make? Got Dusseldorf and Nuremberg. So Dusseldorf and Nuremberg. Those are the usuals for Vectors to Copenhagen. Last time I did Dusseldorf, so we could do Nuremberg. Nuremberg. They call it Nuremberg Montag. Those are two really good ones that you can do. I'll put a link into the Nuremberg one for your departure for that. Uh-oh. Got a food report. Hang on. Food's important. Okay, oh, wow. So JSG Droid, 1 pork of tenderloin roast, 2.5 pounds of trimmed tri-tip, 2 Cornish game hens. That means JSG Droid's gonna have really corny jokes. All vacuum sealed, so it's all prepared. A batch of beef marrow bone broth. So that'll be good for cow, and as a base for taco soup. The Cornish game hen bones are prepped and will shortly go into a pressure cooker for a mini bone broth. Make no bones about it. I created a 9-day meal plan with these meals. This is awesome, JSG Droid. If you're looking for some really tasty food ideas, or you need to make some changes in whatever nutritional plans you've got, JSG Droid is worth contacting and learning a little bit about learning from over on Discord.
Sorry, say one more time.
That sounds really, really good. I mean, here I am thinking that I'm Mr. Gourmet when I make my own guacamole.
Report back.
Is it prepared 3D? You do not want food by Lockheed Martin. Yeah, what games do the hens like to play? Medieval jousting.
1959, monitor advisory, 1-2 display.
Advisory?
Every 15959, monitor advisory, 1-2 display.
Okay, 1959, Berlin, 1959, we are over the advisory. Have a good day.
Manaphy has landed. What? Advisory? They can't just let a bunch of spies go flying around on advisory. So maybe for Vectors to Copenhagen, Nuremberg Montag. Montag, that's got to be Monday. Nuremberg Mondays. So that'll be the departure for Vectors. You don't have to do that one if you don't want to. So Nuremberg, and that is EDDN. And I should put that over in the planner as well. Otherwise, I have been known to forget such things, and that would be bad. I was going to do an A321 tomorrow. Okay, got that. And save it. And again, that was going to be a 321. Okay, plans set. Flight planning, it's terribly entertaining. Melvin Leroy has arrived. Hi there. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. There was a WASM crash in the 777. Eek. That doesn't sound good. WASM crashes are never good. Manaphy had a minus 127 landing rate. And Melvin Leroy also goes by the name of Brant, and you'll find Melvin Leroy's live streaming over on Twitch. The next really long haul flight for me is going to be probably cross the pond. Probably cross the pond.
What's your position right now?
We are 96 miles inbound Nilo.
And I've got a date for November. I don't think that that's right.
155.
Control 124, decimal 155, from the 155 bye-bye.
That's right. Cross the pond, cross the ditch, cross the land. What we need to do is come up with a name for cross the puddle, cross the river, I don't know, something for between Hawaii and the West Coast. Wesley just arrived. Ooh, with pizza and pineapple. That was an impromptu. You never know. That one was actually kind of enjoyable. It got a little long, but been wanting to go and do. And it'd be great if we knew when there would be full ATC again in that area so that we could fly back to the West Coast from Honolulu. So we've got a got an airplane wait over there. So that might be nice. I don't think we need anti-ice.
Flight level 100. United Nations 065, contact with control.
I think it was about as long, Tim J. Yeah, it was about 5 hours. It really was. West Coast to Hawaii, cross the puddle. So Manaphy says we had to call it cross the puddle.
124, 155, thank you for service, which is the next.
Wilken Air 3631, Sweden.
Okay, we're going to get kicked over. So there's JSG Droid over there. And there's Hanover. So JSG Droid will probably get picked up by EKDK Center.
West wind 3631, contact Sweden control.
EKDK.
155.
124.155, West wind 3631. Have a nice evening. Bye bye.
Control, hello, Delta.
The West going from Honolulu to the West Coast, though, should maybe be a little shorter because the winds might be working for us. Landy says no, we're going to remain out of their airspace. That would have been Copenhagen control. Cross the luau. There we go. Yep, I think you're right, Landy. We'll be over to Unicom too. That's okay. My guess is we'll probably be, Europe will probably be going to bed about the time we go into München, but that's okay. I thought that the E-Jet worked okay yesterday. I still don't think I'd like to take it into a big VATSIM event, but the E-Jet was all right.
Sorry, please.
That's right. Most all the long hauls are on a Saturday. That's when they schedule cross the land, ditch, puddle.
Runway 22 left and EDDV to Charlie arrival. Ryanair 500.
Cross the estuary. Cross the estuary. That's one that's going to happen. That'll be something, you know, up and down the Thames or something.
And Sweden, sun trip 012, we have a small problem. We discontinued the approach. We are going around Malmö and we are maintaining 2000.
Somebody's going around at Malmö.
Subtrip 012, missed approach has knowledge. Turn left heading 360.
A missed approach going into Malmö. All right, Manavi says, hear me out. West Coast, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, China, cross the lagoon. I don't know. They had a lagoon in Gilligan's Island. That sounds like it's more than just a 4-hour tour. Or it's a 3-hour tour, right? Yeah. That's the first thing that pops into my mind when I think about anything with a lagoon is Gilligan's Island. Boy, that's a sign of a bad childhood.
I can give you 4,000 feet.
Really bad childhood. And the fact that I remember it was a 3-hour tour.
Thank you. Lufthansa Lufthansa?
328 miles to Hanover. Still landing about 2034 Zulu if you're trying to plan on picking up the next flight. 2034. Oh, really? We still got an hour flying? We must have a headwind or something. No, it's just it's a 42 knot crosswind. It's about 448 knots, so.
Get it at 177, 5 minutes out, approved, report back.
Full report back, Scandinavian 177, thank you.
Somebody's taking a break. Somebody needs to go and visit the pilot's lounge. Or go and take the beef tips out of the oven or something like that. JSG Droid has actually cooked full meals while flying on VATSIM. That's pretty awesome multitasking.
Good evening, you're identified.
I think I'd be stressed if I were to go and put a pizza in the microwave. First class meal. I don't know. I think that Air Berlin was a single class airline, so they were considered probably a low cost carrier. I don't know. They probably had beverages. I don't know if they would do full meals or not.
Contact Sweden control 124155. That's Charlie Mike. Ryanair 5 Delta, descend level 100.
Ready for light descent.
First, Ryanair 57 Delta, descend level 100.
100.
Uh-oh.
And who more call for descent?
It's here, Papa Hotel India Delta.
That sounded like a scary alert. First class meals here is finish up the homemade guacamole because I can't stand wasting food. So finish up the homemade guacamole tonight. I could put that on maybe some chicken and rice. That might be good. Guacamole, chicken, rice. That might be a little bit too exotic. That might be a little bit too exotic.
Delta Foxtrot, Sweden Control, welcome back. Clamp at level 350 and contact Sweden Control on 124.155.
Scandinavian 180 back stop.
Welcome back. Descent, flight level 100, cleared the aeronaut 3 Charlie.
It's like they've got everything locked up here in the galley. They've still got the little the lock tags on there too. That's so we don't steal the beer or anything like that.
Skinner 55 Golf, cleared aeronaut 3 Charlie, arrival 22 left. We're ready to descent, flight level 100.
Doesn't look like the espresso machine's on either.
Suntrip 012, we're holding a Polish at Tipu, and I was wondering if customs would be available as an alternate for us. We have to driver.
I don't think any of these buttons work, but they put a nice in there.
That's what it's Suntrip 0, and maintain 4,000.
Copy that, thank you. Ryanair 57 Delta, descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1011.
Our passengers have had the same cloaking device invisible pills that JSG Droid takes.
Sierra Papa Hotel India Delta, descend 2,500 feet via the Star, Flyin approach.
Even though it's an A319, because it's the higher density version, you have to have 2 emergency exits over the wings instead of the usual 1. So they can cram some more people in, I guess.
Whiskey, hello, Sweden Control identified. Break. White Star 343, contact Sweden Control 132.765.
Clarky is in chat. Hi, Clarky. Clarky wants to know what your first 3D sceneries are that you'd buy. I think that what it really would be is what are your favorite airports? Which ones do you want and like? I think that's really the first one, the first question. Airplanes, we've got really good payware airplanes. This, of course, is the Phoenix A319, a really good one. Part of the A319 2021, and they're really good. I would look at PMDG airplanes as well. So Phoenix, PMDG, there's some older Aerosoft airplanes. You know, the airplanes themselves are old, the Fokker F-28 and the BAE 146, if you're looking for those from Aerosoft. The iFly 737 MAX. So I think the answer is, where are your favorite places to fly? And those should be your first airports. And then some of the better paywares. You know, you don't have to have them all, but a few of them really do increase the flying fun that you'll have. That's right. I don't have that option turned on in GSX right now. So I don't actually have that option turned on, just to save some resources. But yeah, you'd see people sitting around. JSG Droid mentioned something called taco soup. And I'm going to assume that since it's JSG Droid, that means it's not go to Taco Bell and, you know, dip it in, you know, your... Oh, it's over on Discord. Hang on.
Get it at 18 Victor, contact Copenhagen approach, 119.805. 119,
oh, look at this. This is the recipe for tacos, for the taco soup. It's heart healthy and LDL healthy. Fuel for long hauls and smooth landings. Okay, so it makes 8 bowls, and there's the ingredients, and it says a slow cooker or an instant pot. Oh, I'm saving this. This looks great. Thank you for popping this in. I'm going to give this a try. Black beans, kidney beans, lentils, chickpeas. This looks awesome.
Oh my God! Ryanair 57 Delta, Copenhagen approach 1.
Did you? Okay, we better pay attention. Thank you for posting that. I'm saving that, and I'm going to give it a try. It probably will be a bit of a disaster the first time, but I eventually will get. I will make it work. I think the 777 maybe.
I believe 441, the monitor advisory, 122.8. Take care.
122.8 for Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Listen to one, yeah.
You bought exactly one scenery. Sphinx Music has ENVA. You used ChatGTP to format the post. It did look really good. Tim J thinks that JSG Droid is a fancy protocol droid with cooking skills. But no, the PMDG 777 right now in Flight Sim 2020 is really good. Camel, let's see, Camelton wants the trip. Yeah, they are a bit pricey. I think the thing about probably though the thing about the 777s is they're very well done airplanes. They're going to last you a long time, and I think that'd be good. Clarky is looking for new additions. If you've got the A320, I think that the A319, the one I'm in, it's very much like the A320, but it's smaller and sportier. So I can get in and out of a big airport pretty quick, and it works good. Tim J says that the PMDG 200 LR is $55. They do plan on bringing the other PMDG 737s over, and they are working on them, although I don't think that they will be available anytime. Say it with me. Soon. It's going to take some time. Peter's back in chat. Hi, Peter. Welcome back in. Yep. Having a blast with our Pixel planes. Staying out of trouble, getting better landing rates. Semi-better landing rates, but there you go. Tim J says it's actually $49.95, so you could, you know, have that $5 there. Bremen just asked me to expedite my descent to flight level 110. So speed brakes full out, dive, 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 right? Yep, the AnyBuild's A306 is good. The A350 is an interesting airplane. Twin smiled. I think you do need to go through the verification. And I'm sorry, I'm not an expert at how all of that works. It was set up for us by Polyot, who I think is on vacation right now. Perhaps even across the pond. The A340 does look like it's going to be a cool airplane. That's the big old long Airbus. Oh, 82 miles from top of descent. We need to go and start doing our thing. So let's go ahead and refresh the weather and check the ATIS. Information echo. Let's go put the numbers in. So our numbers for the arrival, let's see, QNH, the altimeter is 1013, 1013. The temperature is 14 degrees. The wind in Hannover is 160 at 4 knots. They traditionally, they do have a transition level, 70. And because I'm in the baby bus, I'm going to do config 3 for my landing. Tell GPWS that we're doing config 3 for the landing. We are hoping for runway 27 left. That's the one we plugged in. So I've got the Yankee for 27 left, which is the shorter one on the south side of the airport. And that means our minimums are 380 feet. 380, and that goes in the barrel box. Looks good. Tastes great, less filling. Here at Seal, we'll do a little bit of a racetrack here. .220 knots around the turn, above 2,000 feet. So I'm going to go ahead and pre-clear myself down to 2,000 feet, and they'll probably change that. But with the wind wing controllers, dealing with those changes is really easy. That's right, the A310, Manifee's right, that's a free airplane. You didn't hear you snorted up some Diet Dr. Pepper? Oh yeah, tastes great, less filling. That's one of the beers. I don't remember which one, but I think it was part of a beer commercial. No, it's Budweiser, I think. I think that was part of remember in the Super Bowl, the Bud Bowl? Tastes great, less filling, and everybody be all. I think it was an ad campaign, Melvin, from a long time ago. It was light beer. So light beer from Miller. That's that old slogan. Have you tried the AnyBuild's A310 enhancement? I haven't tried that. No. The A310 is free. It's much better than many payware. But Manifee, I have not tried the enhancement for that. No. And a nice snorting laugh. You know, if you get a snorting laugh, that always makes the day a little bit better. We are over on performance, 57 miles from top of descent. All is right with the world. It's free alongside the A310. It is. Oh, yeah, Irby light beer was never one of my favorites, but you know, there were some places I'd go where it was like nearly free, so there you go. And so far, so good. All right, are we going to get beeped at any time? JSG Droid said there was a beep that happened. All right, let's just see what's going on down here. Continuing on down to München. Munich is still on the 26s. So they're still on the 26s. My guess is it's going to be 26 left to 27 left for departure. So we're good to go there. So we now have a plan for München, and that's great to have. And then hopefully they park us close to the terminal so we can get off the plane and head over to the Airbrow. JSG Droid says expect the ILS Zulu for 27 left. He'll ask you if you have a preferred runway. I know, isn't that nice? That's right. Apparently the anti-invisibility pills aren't a you know. Apparently it's all good to go here. And JSG Droid is not being ignored or forgotten, as only some ATC can do. Martel says if you have to visit Airbrow, do it in Lent. They brew a strong beer called the Aviator there. So they've got several locations. Martel, it's not just the one at the Munich airport. Okay, that's good. It's not a spy flight until somebody gets vectored off the ramp. That is going to happen. Hi, DT is in the chat. Hi, DT. We are flying into Hannover with continuing service into Munich. And Martel says we need to go to Lent. Dogs is at the gate ready to go. Oh, Dogs has a retro livery. Andre, our next flight, we're going to stay on the ground in the airplane. We're not going to reset the sim. We're going to stay on VATSIM. We're going to reprogram our flight and take off and go to a little further south to Munich. To the Airbrow. Although we just found out there's one in Lent, and they have a beer called the Aviator. Lent before... Oh, it's not a town. It's the religious Lent before Easter. And, okay, so Martel, that's interesting. Lent before Easter is traditionally a time for much stronger beer. Really? I used to be all about the stouts, but I'll mostly go for the, I'll mostly go for ambers now. I must be getting older. DT says we need to request gate 12. It's in front of DT's office. So, airport parking. Hi, Wig Bill. Happy Sunday. Gate 12. Let's see if we can find. There it is. So DT's office is between Terminal B and Terminal C right by Gate 12. We'll try for that one. Wig Bill, happy Sunday to you. We survived the really, really big Cross the Land event yesterday, and we're going to Hannover with continuing service to Munich, and I don't know after that. And there's a really great recipe that JSG Droid put over on Discord Food for something called taco soup. And no, it does not involve going to Taco Bell and dipping your taco in the Mountain Dew. Irby's got two favorite beers. It's Corona and Carlsberg Export, and you like the ciders. I used to really like Newcastle, but you really can't get Newcastle anymore. So you can't get Newcastle and stuff. You were outside cooking in the heat. Too bad you weren't cooking food. You were sitting in the stands at a football game, weren't you? In Texas. Yeah, Wig Bill's got kids that are doing football, playing football, and that means every Saturday, you were on the field, really? No kidding. Okay, coming up on top of descent, it does look like ATC is starting to wrap it up here, so let's continue to enjoy a little bit of peace and quiet. So Wig Bill is on the field because Wig Bill is a coach, a staff, and a medic for the team. Yeah, once they figured that all I could probably do on the field would be comedic, comedy relief and stuff, they'd kick me out immediately. Easter Bunny, not the Easter Beagle, making a Peanuts reference. I would know that that was a Peanuts reference. Martel reminds us strong beers all end on the ater, like Salvatore, Delicator, Triumphator, and Aviator. So that's how it is that Aviator fits in there, right? And that's what their stout bills are. Yeah, there was a time I did stouts, but not as much anymore. I think it's time to press the button. So coming in over here and press the button. Irvy wants to know about the Hangoverator. Hi, Tim Dog. Welcome, welcome. Happy Sunday. Well, hopefully, let's see, Wig Bill, hopefully you don't have to do the medic stuff and you get to concentrate on the coaching stuff so that there's none of the medic things. Martel says the Hangoverator is the strongest of them all. And there's our descent. Switch over to constraints. We got those. And our descent's going pretty good. Gonna need a little speed break here. We're picking up the speed. Tim Dog has a new honeycomb. And that's the Bravo. Honeycomb Bravo is the throttles. How long before you think you're gonna have them all set up, Tim Dog? How long of a setup do you think that's gonna be? Loviz uses the Bravos really, really well. Wig Bill, in my few years of doing football, everyone left breathing, most of the red stuff inside. Only 4 broken bones, so your stats are really good. Yeah, the broken bones are going to happen. Fortunately, the red stuff stays within, the skin and all. Probably some big bumps and bruises, though. Probably some big bumps and bruises. Tim Dog hit now. Oh, see, there's the hard part, right? You got to find a place on your desk for it to fit. If you're running a little short of desk space, that's the hard part. You're gonna mount it on. Oh, okay. That's right, you've got to do SPAD.next programming for that. Hi, Manifee. Jack's training on the network at 2100 Zulu and Tower. Is that today, Manifee? Well, we might go and do something around Jacksonville, Florida and help out. Your oldest has only been sent to the hospital once, not intentional. He's big for his age. Don't know where he gets his size from. Yeah. Well, that's pretty good. Oh, he sent one. Yeah, okay, your oldest has only sent one to the hospital. He didn't have to go. Somebody went there. Oh my gosh. Wow. He didn't go. Good. Bremen approach is awesome. Descent and heading for a 45-degree intercept. And JSG droid is cleared for the landing. Yay. I didn't see that little 4-letter S word in there, Wigbill. Sorry. Sent. And we're looking pretty good here on our descent profile. Everything's great. Nothing to worry about here. Not an awful lot to see on weather radar here, but we had some fairly decent showers and a couple of thunderstorms off the left wingtip departing out of Stockholm today. It's a little unusual for JSG Droid because usually they forget to give JSG Droid a runway or a turn or anything like that. Okay, we're going to do the Yankee Lima. And we should be going direct to Seal, I think, next. AMG is back in chat. Hi, AMG. You wish that 2024 worked on your system or something? Not so bad. We have been beeped. Hannover approach. EDDV. Information Echo is aboard 119.490. 119.490. Hannover approach, very good evening from Air Berlin 441. Currently set up for the Seal 27 left arrival with Information Echo. Good evening.
Air Berlin 441, Bremen Radar, hello. identified. Hannover information Foxtrot, expect ILS Zulu approach runway 27 left, proceed direct Delta Victor 572.
Delta Victor 572 is our direct to, now expecting the ILS Zulu runway 27 left for Air Berlin 441.
And Berlin 441, descend to flight level 100.
Descending now flight level 100, Air Berlin 441. Delta Zulu.
Juliet Papa 79er, descend to altitude 4000 feet, QNH 1013.
Between altitude 4000 feet, QNH 1013, Juliet Papa 79er.
It was Delta Victor 502, right? Hannover approach from Air Berlin 441. Wanted to confirm our direct to Delta Victor 502.
First Lufthansa 784, descend to altitude 3000 feet.
Descend to 3000 feet, Lufthansa 784.
And Air Berlin 441, affirm Delta Victor 572.
Delta Victor 502. Thank you so much from Air Berlin 441.
Air Berlin 441, confirm 572.
Delta Victor 572. There's the confusion. Thank you so much for Air Berlin 441.
Lufthansa 784, turn left heading 300 degrees, clear level to approach 127 left.
Turn left heading 300 degrees, clear for approach, LS 7 left. Hotel 784.
Didn't have that in there. DT, normally there is no need for transitions going into. Landy, thank you for remembering. DT says they don't normally do the transitions into Hanover. Tim J is making pasta today. What's going to be in with the pasta? Tim needs a pesto. I've been accused of being kind of a pest every now and then, but I don't think that's the same kind.
Left 220 to intercept.
Left 220 to intercept, Hotel 94.
Juliet Papa 79er, turn right heading 040.
Right, 040.
Got an airplane right up ahead. I bet that's the airplane we're following coming in. I'm just going to pick up my speed a little bit. There's nobody between me and the airport. I don't want to wait around. Plus, there is a airplane fairly close behind me.
Condor 3 power with
LS going on right now. Get a little bit of help from that. ILS Zulu 27. Let's just program in the Zulu because I've got the Yankee and that might be different. ILS Zulu. That cleans up the map a little bit.
Papa 79er, turn left heading 360.
Left 360, Papa 79er.
That cleans it up even more. And that should get us right in. Did you ever find the pesto? And we're going to look for gate 12. Wig Bill said a video that you made highlights of your boy from a year or so ago. Shows off his size compared to the other kids. And he's only gotten bigger. So really good football over there. I'm going to assume that's over on Discord. I'll look for that. Odell, doing good. Welcome aboard. Odell just came back. Odell and your wife, you came back from your holiday. How was that? I'll look for that, Wig Bill. Thank you. I will send. You will. Words are hard. Typing's even harder too, especially if you were standing out in the middle of a football field in the hot Texas sun yesterday. Need a little bit of help. It was hiding behind the lemon curd. Oh, understand. I understand privacy, very much so. Looking good. Passing 14,000 feet. Not so bad.
Scandinavian 177, radar, hello. Hannover information, Foxtrot, report preferred runway.
27 now, please.
Scandinavian 177, roger, proceed direct Delta Victor.
Okay, Foxtrot's aboard.
ILS Zulu approach, runway 27 left.
And expect the ILS Zulu approach.
Looking good. 1013.
27 left. On target, was it Delta Victor 572? Scandinavian 177?
1013. It's now 15 degrees in Hanover. It went up a degree. Winds 160 at 3. The wind's going down.
some reason I do not have 572 in.
And we need a new barrow.
It's not in your approach, it's a waypoint sitting in between the two extended center lines on final. But Scandinavian 177, if you're unable, that's no issue. I can just give you vectors to final turn left heading 220.
Oh!
Yeah, that'll be a bit easier for me than Scandinavian 177.
Aberdeen 441, descend to altitude 4,000 feet, QNet 1013.
1013, descending now 4,000 feet for Air Berlin 441. Irvi, I know why.
For your information, you have about 20 track miles to intercept.
Berlin 441, thanks. Got it all set up. I know why you don't see it, Irvi, because we loaded in the Yankee arrivals, and that direct 2 that they gave us is on the Zulu arrival. If you're flying an Airbus, I think you are, you could just go direct 2. You could go direct to Delta Victor 572, type it in manually in your direct 2 page. That'll take you right to it.
Scandinavian 177, descend to flight level 100.
Flight level 100, Scandinavian 177.
Atlas system is not happy. Somebody mentioned Zuckerberg or something. Got the airport and the runway, I think. I think they're all kind of a little poopy, though, perhaps.
Aberdeen 441, confirm you're still able to make the profile for the approach. You have about 12 miles to intercept. I think that's a bit high.
Berlin 441, yeah, we just threw out the speed brakes and increased our rate of descent, so we should be able to make it just fine that way. Berlin 441.
Aberdeen 441, Roger. Yeah, I can give you more track miles. No, maybe you can. On front heading, cleared ILS Zulu, approach runway 27 left.
Air Berlin 441, cleared for the ILS Zulu, runway 27 left. Yeah, like I said, we've got the speed brakes way out. We should be able to make it down just fine.
And Aberdeen 441, yeah, the current rate seems good. Scandinavian 177, descend to flight.
Tower is 120.180. 120. 180. There we go. That looks great. Altimeter 1013, 1013, and 1013. Good. That looks really nice. Let's arm the approach. All right, posture check. Get ready to snag that. And capturing the localizer. Ground speed is starred. And manage speed to land. How's our speed here? A touch fast. Let's see. Gear speeds extended 250. Are we at 250? Yep, we're our gear going down. That'll help with some drag too. Hi, Mr. Branch. Hey, very nice approach, Stockholm approach, Mr. Branch. It was a really, really nice departure out of Stockholm. I didn't realize that you had an event on Sundays for Stockholm, but we'll be back on Sundays. Flaps 1.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
JSG
agent.
Droid just gifted a
Loyalty
sub to
noted.
Mr. Branch.
Okay, my name 77, descent to altitude 4000.
Gear can be a drag.
Flight heading 240 on 4000 feet now, standard
177, QNH 1013.
And the QNH 1012, standard 177.
Evelyn 441, contact now Hannover Tower 120.180. Goodbye.
120.180 for Air Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a great week. Ground is 121.955.
Copy flights actually passed behind the mentioned traffic and crossed the extended center line southbound, then continue westbound to the city.
Roger, crossing behind mentioned traffic. There are crossing extended center line southbound, then continue westbound towards the city. Copy 1.
Hannover Tower, good Abend from Air Berlin 441. About 5 mile finals for runway 27 left.
Evelyn 441, Hannover Tower, hello, wind 160 degrees, 3 knots, runway 27 left, clear to land. And there's military VFR traffic formation, flights will cross behind you.
Air Berlin 441, we will avoid bumping into the military airplanes.
Yeah, they have you in sight and should cross behind you now on your 4 o'clock at 1,000 feet.
We'll try not to rev up the engines and create prop wash, Berlin 441. Where is our military flight?
Yeah.
Probably didn't think that was funny.
To Papa 7 and 9 first, taxi via...
Okay, we're going to go and get off either Charlie or Delta Alpha back, and we're going for gate 12. Okay, let's see. Passenger signs are not on. Cabin call. That looks good. And flaps should be config 3. Flaps are good. I think it's landing time.
Runway 27 left behind.
AP is off. Captain's got the airplane. Little bit of a crosswind from the left. JSG Droid is at gate 11. I'm told it's closer to a place where they serve refreshing beverages and tasty burgers.
300.
And call 130, extended center line up to 27 left, continue westbound towards the city.
200. Minimum.
Landing.
Call flight again.
We are now clear of the extended center line of 27 left, continue towards Whiskey westbound.
Copy flight, roger, thank you. Lead control not via Whiskey.
Living Whiskey, copy 1.
Ashley is the Condor A330. Do you have candy cane stripes on your Condor A330?
8 mile final for runway 27 left.
Getting 177, Hannover Tower, hello. One departure.
Ashley has a gold airplane.
441, taxi right on Alpha, expect gate 12.
Taxi via Alpha, expecting gate 12. Thanks for Air Berlin 441.
During Papa 79, contact ground 121, that's 1955.
Ground on 121, 955, visual Papa 7,
Aberdeen 441, contact ground 121.955. Bye.
121.955 now for Air Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Yep, yep.
Now, Hannover bound, hello, taxi to stand 45 Romeo via Foxtrot, Foxtrot 1 and Delta 1.
Next to stand 45 right via Foxtrot, Foxtrot 1 and Delta 1. Zip on 7 ladder.
Hanover ground, guten Abend from Air Berlin 441 on taxiway Alpha, approaching taxiway Charlie.
Air Berlin 441, Hannover ground, guten Abend. Taxi to gate 12 is requested by Alpha and Alpha 2.
Alpha and Alpha 2 for gate 12. Thanks for the requested gate, Air Berlin 441. DT says airside is great. Inside there's a little thing called freestyle. I forget who did this scenery, but it's actually kind of a nice one. Okay, that's got to be Charlie, and we're going to take Alpha 2. Okay, I see where we're going. Alpha 2. All right, now go to the parking chart. Remember, we're going to try and do continuing service down to München. Yeah, it's my usual problem with the tiller. I tried to turn it back over onto the twist stick, but the twist stick is being really weird. I can't set the twist stick in the middle right now. Configure it, so it's being a brat. APU's up. We don't need landing flaps 3. No, nothing like that. Nothing like too much beer. I always forget we can set the gate up. There's gate 12. Ashley, Berlin 441. I'm not sure, but there could be droids aboard that airplane. There may be droids on that plane, so watch out. We think that there's a protocol droid that makes dinner. And Wolfie. Hi, Wolfie. Welcome aboard. We are just coming into Hanover. We're going to continue our service to Munich. Parking brakes. Engine 1. Engine 2. Come on down here and stop squawking. So standby and standby. Coming up here, we're going to do fuel pumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll come up here and we'll recycle the ADIRs for our next flight. Those look good. Beacon and seat belts are good. Come over here and deboard the airplane. It's not getting a jetway. Dude, jetway, hello. There are no jetways here? There's jetway right in front of us, you crazy GSX thing, you. All right, operate the stairs. Jeez. And, so... Oh, I forgot the GSX model. Okay. And there is an office up here, I'm guessing. It's up here right across from gate 12. And somebody gets to see everything but Air Berlin planes every day. So that's DT, has a real world office like right around gate 12. It gets to see airplanes. Okay, so all of this looks good. Come on over here. And let's go up here, and with the doors in place, let's go and request deboarding. Okay, so now that deboarding is going, we're kind of done. The one thing I'll usually do is we'll clear off the McDo here, come over back to this side, go to menu, ASUS, air operations, received messages, because there's the arrival message. I'm just going to go and click on that, and that's there. Okay? Now then, while we're unloading people, we'll come back here, and we'll come over here and open the door. And I think it wants me to open these doors. So we got to open our own doors here. So ground services, open up the cargos. There we go. There goes that. And that looks great. And now these should open up, and that will unload the cargo. Okay, let's go and do our flight plan. And let's see if we can't get out before everybody calls it a night here in Hanover. So over here, we're going to go to SimBrief. And I'm going to speed through this. Ashley says they have PDCs here. Let's do that. So create a flight. And we are a beer flight, 441, EDDV, EDDH. No, EDDM. We're not going to Hamburg. Hamburgers later. We're an A319. We are an Air Berlin. It's a beer flight. So departure runway is going to be probably 27 left. The last time we checked in Frankfurt, they're on, not Frankfurt, in Munich, they're on the 26s. Let's go. I think 26 left, or I think they usually bring us in on the right side. I think it's going to be the right side in Munich. Let's just see what they're doing here. My guess is they would bring us in on the right side and blast you off on the left side. So I'm going to plan for the right side. 26 right. Not a lot of ATC, but let's just go ahead and board 15 minutes of ATC fuel. And all that looks good, and generate. Dawn says there was almost a flyby. Hi, Dawn. I'm sorry if I missed a little bit of chat here. Okay, this all looks good. I need a PDF copy of the flight plan. That looks great. And save it to the desktop. Come over to SimBrief. Pre-file on VATSIM. Tim J learned that JSG Droid great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was also known as JSG Druid. Oh! Okay, flight level 310. And file. We're there. Now, I don't want to waste their time, so let's hop back in the cockpit. Let's come on down here. Let's go and over here, a JSG Druid. That must mean we could do Stonehenge jokes, right? Hi, Dave. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Landy, that was for someone else. No. Berlin, EDDV, EDDM. That's great. Let's come over here. EDDV, ATIS, information. Foxtrot is good, so let's do request. Pre-departure. We know we're at gate 12. We know it's information Foxy. And we are at EDDV. Oops, I didn't get a space in there. If you don't put a space in, that could lead to problems. Guten. There we go. Always nice to be polite. And send it. All right, that looks good. ATC request menu. Come on back here. I don't want weather. I want received messages. Now let's leave it there. There's our pre-departure clearance. Let's come on over here to My Flights. Refresh the next flight. Okay, 29 minutes for departure. Let's see if we can beat that. I think we should be able to. Everything looks good there. Let's get a GPU. Just save a little bit of fuel on the APU for the moment. All right, that all looks good. Leave the doors open. Mass and balance. 128 crazy people flying along with us. 7.5. Let's just check those numbers and make sure the correct flight plan data is in here. 120 passengers. And block fuel should be 5.9. And that's correct for, yep, down to Munich. Okay. Let's come on over here. EDDV, EDDM. So let's reset all. And I think we need to reload it, because those were the last fuel numbers. Now let's see how it looks. Okay, that looks better. Yeah, we had way too much fuel. Load the airplane. GSX, do your thing. Okay. That's good. And let's come over here and do init and init request. And make sure that all of that is correct. EDDV, EDDM, perfect. All right, it is a beer flight, BER, flight 441. Once I get the flight plan in, no. Okay, come on up here. And we're going to start the ADIRs again. 1, 2, and 3. That looks really good. Oh, we got a phone call. There's our goofy 1990s phone. And our Berlin 441 received rejected, revert to voice. Uh-oh. Okay, we could do the voice. All right, let's come on in here and just put a few numbers in and get a voice clearance. Ground services. Pilot brief. Cost index is going to be 42. Let's do wind. Here comes the wind request. All right, so we need to talk to ground. 121.955. 121.955. Pop that in. Wind data is aboard. Okay, fuel quantities should be automatic. Flight level 310. And I'm just going to copy in the flight route. That looks good. Let's zero this out. And we don't need this squawk code because that's old. We don't need the departure frequencies or our climb and maintain. We don't need that. We don't need that. And then bump this up a line so you don't say the wrong towns. So let's call in and see what's going on. München ground, guten Abend again from Air Berlin 441. We are at gate 12. Information Foxtrot is aboard, requesting clearance down to München.
And altitude 4,000 feet, score 4,000.
München ground, apologies from Air Berlin 441. I was just not typing fast enough. Could we get that again, please?
Berlin 441, no problem. Information Foxtrot, correct. Cleared to München
Probe 3 Foxtrot departure. Flight plan route. Climb to altitude 4000 feet. Squawk 1000.
Berlin 441, right and fast enough this time. Thank you. We are cleared down to München via the Pavel 3 Foxtrot departure. Our initial climb today is 4,000 feet. Squawk 1000 for Berlin 441.
Berlin 441, read that correct.
Cool. All right, let's plug this all in. Start over here, and let's make sure we got all the right charts ready to go. I'm missing a little chance, Mr. Branch. Enjoy the flight to München. We'll see you in Stockholm in 2 weeks. Is it? Yep, 2 weeks, right? Okay, so we're going to clear these out. Let's just go and hit reset. I think that'll clear it up for us. Hi, Landy.
Clearance to destination.
All right.
Turkish 15 kilo.
And sync sim brief. There we go. That looks good. It's every other week. The Sweden Sunday, right? Got it. Yep, Sweden Sunday.
Say again, please.
Turkish 15 kilo.
EDDV. Airport charts. Airport parking. We are going to do SIDS runway 27 left. So SID point, SIDS 27 left.
Climb 4,000 feet, run 5 kilo.
And it's the Pavel departure. And so make sure we get the right procedures page.
Hello, ground.
Pavel 3 Foxtrot. This is it. Okay, so our departure frequency is probably 119.490.
Information.
So 119.490. We need that, and that is our initial climb, and that's 4,000 feet, just like we expected. All of our data is aboard. Coming into München. It's more like München, not München. Okay, stars on the north side.
Clear to München on the
We don't need the big jets.
flight plan route.
Now, usually, we're going to come in on the Landru to Bravo. So that takes us over here from Landu. That's going to put us out at Mike. After Mike, for the ILS on 26 right, that's going to be the one on the north side. And that's Mike right over there, so that looks good. Let's come over here real fast. Do airport charts, APC West, APC East. And now we've got everything set. I think we could go and pop it in there. Let's see, Landy. Hello, Landy. Welcome in. Ashley OC, this Air Canada will debut an Airbus A321XLR in June. Montreal to Palma de Mallorca service on the launch route. Boy, there's a great beach trip. Are you planning on doing flying that route in your airplane? Okay, flight level 310. And that looks good. Page 2. We should have a load sheet. Pre-departure clearance, no good. Load sheet. All right, 53.3. 53.3 is our initial load sheet. Our initial center of gravity is 29.6. 29.6. I think those are probably just fine. Got 120 passengers. 53.3, 29.6, and that goes in the upper right. Let's come over here and go to pilot brief. Taxi fuel is 0.150, and we should have a nice taxi out to runway 27 left. Contingency fuel is 0.655. Ultranet is 1.08. Final reserve is 0.977. And that means our fuel planning should be green. It is. Flight plan, EDDV, departure, expecting runway 27 left. Probably not 27 center. That might be a little short. Pavel 3F, Pavi 3 Foxtrot, and engage. Coming into München, we are expecting the ILS runway 26 right. We're expecting the right side. This is going to be the Landau to Bravo via, I think it's going to be DM, I don't know. I can't remember. Mustache is here, says to stretch. Bonsoir, Mustache. Good to see you. Let's check and see.
No problem.
So on 26 right, on 26 right, airplane's loaded. The Landau around here. I think they would have us, it would be DM 438. Do I have a 438? We're not doing the mic transition, I know that. Well, do we have Goody? Nope. I doubt it would be. We have a 429. I guess that would be the transition that they're talking about is 429. We never fly the whole thing, though. We never fly the whole thing. Okay, that looks good. Because they usually give us a vector long before we get out to 429. Okay, that looks really good. I think we are loaded in there. Come on over here. Final load sheet is aboard. Performance. No. Init page B. Our final zero fuel weight is 53.3. That's correct. 29.6. That's correct too. Accept that. And that looks good. We need to get down to München 4.6 tons. I have boarded 5.9. Because huge chicken when it comes to sometimes flying on VATSIM, right? All right, that looks good too. Let's do performance. And we're almost ready to go. Departure perf. Let's see, 27 left. It is dry. Sync the final load sheet. Syncs the weather. 1013 looks good. Calculate. It's going to be flaps 1. That's pretty good. Send that to the McDo. Phoenix. I think we can go and prepare for pushback and departure. Everything's loaded, right? Even our passengers are probably loaded. Probably really loaded. So, GSX. Prepare for pushback and departure. Cool. That looks good. Ground services. Our doors are closed. Let's get off of ground power. Ground power's going off. We're now on the APU. Fuel pumps going back on. That all looks good. Doors closed. Seatbelts going on. I'm going to close the GPU. Turn off the GPU.
Condor 9 too heavy. Push inside approved. Facing west.
Parking brakes are on. Shocks and cones going away. There goes our stairs off to the left.
Push inside approved. Facing east.
Okay, this looks good. Let's get back over here on Hannover. And airport parking chart is our first chart. And that shows Alpha Gate 12. It's almost time to go. That's a pretty good span. I should have set up the clock to see if I could match the Ryanair 25-minute turnaround. Oh, Camelton, it's doing a live update. Boy, that's no good. Mustache says to stretch. that's a good idea. That Turkish is pushing, so we'll give that a second before we call in. And look in there and wave at DT in DT's office by gate 12. Okay. I'm gonna, I don't think this is gonna work so good. That's not gonna work. I think we'd better use Pushback Helper. That's not gonna help. Let's just do our own pushback with this.
Volanta offline. Again.
Oh no, Volanta, I forgot Volanta.
Checklist.
Start a new flight. Add a flight. Got it, thank you. Okay, I think we just heard from Lewis and said we could push right now, so let's request push and start. Check the ATIS, EDDV ATIS. Information Golf is now aboard. The numbers are still the same. Hannover ground, hello again. Air Berlin 441 at stand 12. Requesting push and start with information. Startup and pushback with information Golf. We're in Germany.
Berlin 441, hello. Push and start approved. Facing south on the line behind you. Set squawk 1000.
Squawk 1000 for Air Berlin 441. Push and start approved, and that was facing south on the line behind us for Berlin 441. Beacon. Okay, let's just make sure we know what we're doing. So, facing south. I'm going to guess that's the line. Okay, I could do that. I can do that with Pushback Helper. Okay, beacon is on. Passengers are in their seats. We've cleared all moorings. Almost forgot. If you're flying Airbus with me and you're doing a second flight, be sure and reset your rudder trim before takeoff. Hi, Professor. I forgot to set my squawk. Parking brakes off. And away we go.
Scandinavian 177. Pushback approved facing south on average.
Pushback approved facing south.
Yep. It is a checklist item, so to be honest, there's no real excuse for us, but it is a checklist item.
Okay, continent 2, back.
Condor 902 Heavy, taxi to rolling point, runway.
Robux says alert lights. I know, we've been so bad about using checklists.
Boy, taxiing to 27 Mike by Alpha 1, Lima, Mike, and
starting engine number 1.
7 Center, Condor 902.
Starting 1.
Turkish 15 kilo.
Turkish 15 kilo, taxi to rolling point, runway 27 left, via Alpha 1, Charlie at Alpha.
But our
parking brakes.
Runway 09 left, Turkish 15 kilo.
Release the tug. Pushback helper to the rescue. How about that? Got a pretty decent pushback on that one.
Rolling point, runway 27 left, via Alpha 1, Charlie at Alpha.
I think ATC is staying on a little bit later because we came in. Super big thank you to ATC for getting us out of Hanover here.
Can I get
and we're looking good. Parking brake, engine 2.
Turkish 15 kilo. Okay.
And a beautiful night in Hanover. Little misty with some high clouds, though. I bet it's probably feeling a little bit humid here today. bet it's a little humid and engine number 2's coming on up. All right, so after this, so we're facing south at Alpha 2. Expecting the left side. So Alpha 2, that's going to probably just take us right over to the runway. And we got a good start on engine number 2. Starter back to normal. Starter is normal. APU bleed. APU master.
Instruction 15 kilo, taxi Alpha 1, Charlie.
And there
Alpha,
goes the pedal brake.
5 kilo.
And let's do our control checks. This would be the point, so when you set the pitch trim for takeoff, I think that that's the point where you would basically hit the rudder reset, the rudder trim. It's an auto switch to departure 119.49 according to the ATIS. Yep, it sure is. Trim is up 0.6. 0.6. Flaps are 1. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max. Hannover ground, hello again. Air Berlin 441 is facing south on runway Alpha 2. Information Golf is still aboard, requesting taxi.
Air Berlin 441, hello. Taxi to holding point, running 27 left, via Alpha 2 at Alpha.
Taxi to holding point 27 left via Alpha 2 and Alpha for Berlin 441. Shall we go? Lights on.
Condor 9
Lights on. Cabin call. Parking brakes off. Yep, it's over there. Just like JSG Droid said, it's over here in the ATIS. When airborne, contact Bremen radar 119.49. Remember that other approach chart that I went and got over here, the SIDS, the PT chart? That's the one that told me on the SEAL departure, our initial climb clearance and 119.490. So that's how I knew to do that. AMG says beer cheers. We are enjoying beverages today in an actual air brow mug. Thanks to Dee Dee. And while we're doing a celebratory flight to...
Say again, please, Turkshon 5 kilo.
Turkshon 5 kilo, give way to Berlin in front.
Give away to A320, Turkshon 5 kilo.
Okay, is anybody over here? I should have looked long ago. Yep, there is somebody waiting for us. Let's get out of their way. Might need a little bit of power. I see somebody on approach. Predictive wind shear. Radar.
Berlin 441, contact Hannover Tower 120.180 by Hannes Street.
120.180. Thank you for some nice ATC getting in and out of Hanover. Have a good week from Air Berlin 441. Just making sure I'm not turning into the runway or something. And departure is 119.490. One, 2, 0. 119,490. That explains why it's so quiet. Hannover Tower, good Abend from Air Berlin 441, approaching holding point runway 27 left, fully ready. Thanks, Lewis.
Berlin 441 Hannover Tower, hello again, behind landing A320 on a 2-mile final lineup runway 27 left behind.
Lineup runway 27 left behind landing A320, and we do have traffic in sight, Berlin 441. I might have switched the button. I didn't think I did. Maybe I did. Purchase says I need to do a posture check before takeoff. And there we go. Parking brakes on. All right, let's check. 120,180, 119,490. That's good to go too. So let's do our posture check. I might have hit the button a little bit too soon. Okay, there we are. Well, we're not. We don't show up on these maps. And there's our departure. Looking good. Strobes on. Parking brakes off. Add a little power. And there goes the landing lights. Our ECAM checklist is green. We're ready to go. Wabi says I definitely did. Manaphy, the A300 does indeed have nav waypoints.
615 kilo Hannover Tower.
177 is on offer for runway 27 left.
Can you 177? Tower. Region 9 Papa Delta, right in Alpha, hold short of Charlie.
Lighting lights.
Right Alpha, hold short Charlie, 9
fully ready. After departure.
441 with 16 degrees, 4 knots, runway 27 left. Clear for takeoff. Yeah.
27 left, clear for takeoff for Air Berlin 441. Thanks for the nice ATC. Have a great week. Manual flex. SRS and runway are set. Auto thrust is blue. It just started raining. Did you see the raindrops that just popped in?
Line up to 7 left, Luke 150.
$100 knots. V1, go. Rotate. Positive climb gear. Gear going up. Automatic handover, 119.49. Flying our little flight directors there. Let's get some help from the AP.
Bremen radar, good evening. Lufthansa 5 Alpha Whiskey descending flight level 80 and Warburg 8 Papa for runway 27 left.
Lufthansa 5 Alpha Whiskey.
Lever climb. Thrust climb.
Squawk 1000, Lufthansa 5 Alpha Whiskey.
Bremen radar, good Abend from Air Berlin 441. Passing 2,300 for 3,000. 4,000 Berlin 4.
Air Berlin 441, Bremen radar, hello, identified, climb to flight level 100.
Continue the climb, flight level 100, Air Berlin 441.
Lufthansa 5 Alpha Whiskey, identified, Hannover information Golf.
Gear is up.
Preferred runway.
Flaps.
Information goes.
Speed brakes disarmed. Call München Tower, Airbrow Tower. We could try. I think they've all gone offline down in Munich, though. They're all at Airbrow.
Sending flight level 100. Do you confirm?
They're all over at Airbrow.
Yankee, runway 27 left.
And off we go. Munich, here we come.
Okay, so ILS Zulu, runway 27 left, Lufthansa 5 Alpha Whiskey.
Ooh, there's a nice area. Looks like there's some either tennis courts or football pitches down there in that neighborhood. Ooh, look at all the sogginess on the map. Okay, after takeoff items, flaps are up, speed brakes are disarmed, landing gear is up, after takeoff items are good. Nothing to worry about there. Off we go. After we land in München, I think Manafee said that there was either some training or something maybe going on in Jacksonville. I don't know if we want to do anything in Florida for a while, if you've had enough of flying after yesterday's big thing. We could cause some trouble down there, or look over on the VATSIM map and see what else is going on in the world. Bring out the map a click. And another nice turn. Irvy's taking off right now. Yeah, I think Irvy was in the A330.
Top clearance
Nemesis is back with a resub.
Loyalty noted.
Nemesis has been here for almost 60 months. TNS Nemesis, thank you for the continued support. Some super duper nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a really good evening. AMG says we ought to try the beer run. If you don't know what the beer run is, that's taking the Twin Otter to some small airports. The thing is we usually do that in multiplayer, and we...
441 for the ATC, monitor advisory 122.8. Good night, bye.
122.8 now for Air Berlin 441. Thank you, and to Tower and Ground in Hanover for the nice ATC, and have a good week.
I will forward that. Thanks. Have a good one.
And 122.8. There we go. Ashley's flying an A332. Any Builds is releasing a new St. Barts. JSG Droid is leading the pack. So the beer run is basically just a free-for-all kind of a thing. We take off from Princess Juliana, and we go out to St. Barts, and then we go over to Saba, and then we go back to Juliana. It's a little 3-hop. You do it in a propeller airplane. Usually I do it in the Twin Otter. We do it in multiplayer. And we haven't been doing it for a while because we still have a lot of people who are flying in Flight Sim 2020, so we're not all together on the same servers or anything like that. We definitely don't want to do it on VATSIM. So that's kind of why we haven't been doing that. So you could fly whichever one you want, and we could go over and do a multiplayer and do that. Or we could go and look and see what's going on in Florida, or we could find something else. Hi, Blue Idol. Thank you for coming in, Blue Idol. Welcome. Continue the climb, flight level 310. And we'll just make it a managed climb on up there. Okay, so really nice. There is everything. So München is quiet now. What are you doing? That's just a plane buzzing around. That one's going to Innsbruck. I'm going to guess we're still good with runway 26 right. Looks like Scottish is still up, and there's a bunch of rain and moisture. Northern Scotland and over to Norway. Big low pressure system over there. Norway is still, wow, Norway's totally lit up. Let's see, here in the US, Florida is lit up. So that's basically Miami all the way up to Myrtle Beach. Looks like Charlotte. Albuquerque's up, Denver's up. So we've got something like that. We've got Havana. Oh, it's Havana Sunday. Sunday service in Havana. And that's what we've got as far as ATC is concerned there. I'll pop a poll in just a few minutes. Okay, there's EDDM. Looks like there's still some ATC up over Leipzig. There is a lot of wildfire smoke here, and if you look on a wildfire map, there is a wildfire about 30 to 50 miles north of here. It looks like it's a small one. My guess is we had a couple of really good lightning storms recently, and my guess is that was a lightning start fire on that one. Landy says probably okay, that more people are on 2024. Okay, we're in Germany, so we don't do CTAF, so we just stay on Unicom. I'm gonna try and do, this is a shorter flight, so I'm gonna try and put a poll up over on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, I'm sorry, I don't know how to put a poll on YouTube yet. But you can come over to Twitch 757 Spy and vote if you want. It's free. And I'll be typing for just a little bit. Okay, and based on ATC that I see right now, let's see here. What would be nice? We were already in Pensacola. This, everything but the top one is going to be a full ATC flight. This will be full, pretty much full ATC all across the board. Okay, there is the poll. It just went up. So it just popped up over on Twitch. And again, if you're over on YouTube, you can just come over to Twitch and vote on it. You don't have to you don't have to be watching in there to be able to do that. I hear there's better beer in Munich though. I hear it's better beer in Munich. But yeah, Tim J says we should go and divert. KSFO. Yeah, it would be San Francisco to San Diego. I was typing fast. I wanted to get it done before too much went by. And it looks like most of you are voting for Munich up to Berlin. Oh wait, wrong poll. Sorry. No, looks like we're gonna attempt the beer run. TNCM, TFFJ, TNCS, TNCM. So it's gonna be multiplayer. If you're brand new to flight sim, we're flying small, slow airplanes. So that means if you're brand new, you can fly your Cessna 152. I'm gonna do a DHC-6. No need to run a bunch of flight plans or anything like that. It's just hop in your plane and fly. Artson is back in chat. Coming from Munich, you can confirm that. Good evening, Artson. The beer is better there. Spanky J, is it a training event? What? The beer run? No, just a bunch of crazy flight sim pilots getting together on multiplayer and having a blast. That's all it is. Watching each other try to land in a couple of difficult airports. So the thing about St. Barts is you come over a hill and have to slap your plane on the ground really hard, really fast. That's that. The thing about Seba is really, really short. It's like landing on an aircraft carrier. It really is short. It's very short, but I think it still has the record of being the shortest. It's the shortest runway that commercial airplanes go to, commercial flights. I think it's mostly Twin Otters. Irvy, the Islander is probably the best choice. That's what they fly there right now. Is they're flying the Islander. This is my chance to hop in the one of my favorite little prop liners, the Twin Otter. So little Twin Otter action. So we get to make minty, well, no, those were whale sounds. I was going to say orp, orp, orp. Otter sounds. We make otter sounds. Okay, speed brakes, flaps, gear, everything's good. The TBM is perfect, AMG. That's right, you barely have time to say bah. Irvy's got the Turbo Islander as well, but it's buggy in 2024. This is an okay flight to take a buggy plane. None of our landings are going to be perfect. I mean, both of them. Slap it down, stomp on the brakes. It really is slap it down, stomp on the brakes kind of a thing. Hi, Pyroblaster. And yep, okay, so we're going to do the Spy Flight beer run next. No reason for a McDo. Buggy like the Garmin doesn't work. It's all visual. You're not going to need the Garmin, Irby. No Garmin needed. Rush, yes, it is the beer run. After we get all oiled up at Airbrow, right? This all looks good. Coming on in here. Now then, no ATC, I don't think here. There's an IVAO ATIS. Oh, we should have gone over to IVAO. Sigurkari, welcome back aboard. Welcome aboard to you. Irvy is going to take the Turbo Islander. That's right. There you go. Courage, liquid courage. Pyroblaster, we are going into Airbrow. EDDM METAR is what we need. We're going to Munich because DD, also known as Airport 1 over on Discord, has been doing a little traveling. Came in from Germany to the U.S. to visit family and stuff. And DD also visited the little brewery that I always carry on and on and on about at Munich, and it's called Airbrow, and put one of their real beer mugs into the suitcase and came to the US and sent it to me. And so I've got a real Airbrow mug from Airbrow, so we're going to Munich to celebrate Airbrow. I just have Spy Tea in this. No real brow in there today. No real brow in there. Flight level 310. Sugakari, you're never late. You show up when you can here. But yeah, this was really, really an incredible surprise. All right, looking good. And there's our final cruise. Seatbelts are off, lights are off. Everything's good there. Yep, nobody is ever late. Tim J says we should look at the IVAO ATIS anyway. I feel like that's cheating. Okay, IVAO ATIS, München information, Mike, blah, blah, blah. München, 1703, 130, blah, blah. Runways, so they're landing on 26 right and left as well. Flight transition level is 60. We are. Wolfie, yeah, you were in the kitchen cleaning. Guess what? We're going to do the beer run next. Kevy, we are, yes, a joint flight. Yes, so that's only for people that have cannabis in their cockpit. It's a joint flight. That was a tasteless joke. I should be ashamed, but I'm not. Okay, so what we're doing is we're going to do, after we land in Munich, we are doing what's called the beer run. And this is something that we have been doing for a long time on the spy flight. We haven't done it lately because we do this in what's called multiplayer. And sadly, if you're in 2020, you're not going to see us. But you'll see everybody else in 2020. And if you're in 2024, you won't see the people in 2020. But we'll still be able to see most everybody else who's flying along. And so what we do is we start off at Princess Juliana Airport in St. Martin. Then we go over to St. Barts, we go over to Seba, and then we go back to St. Martin. There's no rules, there's no ATC, you're not going to get laughed at, yelled at, or anything else. So if you're new to flight sim, this is the thing, this is the one to fly with us. Because you're going to fly low and slow. I've got a super slow airplane that I'm flying, and that's what we're doing. Captain Minnesota, you like to flying the CRJ? It is a fun little airplane. I don't think I'll take it on the beer run, but it's a fun little airplane. So AMG is going to be over in 2020. So if you're on 2020, you ought to fly there too.
Top clearance granted.
Captain Minnesota just gifted a sub to the community. No, Captain Minnesota gifted 10 subs to the community. Really? Hey, thank you. Captain Minnesota, wow, that was sure generous. Thanks. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the extra support. Not kidding, those are really making a big difference. We've all been a little scared about the economy and everything, so holy moly, thank you for all that. Thanks for helping me to continue doing this. Wolfie, thank you for doing the next command so people can get the icy cows for this. One of the things that you could do is if you'd like to visualize this, there's several tools you could use. So we've got a little bit of time. Let's go over to Sky Vector, okay? So clear out Sky Vector, and here on the departure, come over here and go TNCM, Princess Juliana Airport. There we go. Now our next airport is TFFJ. So you kind of have to put it in several times. TFFJ, then clear this, and then put in TNCS. And you got to put it in again, and then clear that, and then put in TNCM again. Now you can see it's really, really small, but if you zoom into the map here, you can see that we're going to do our very own big triangle right there. Captain Minnesota, thank you again for such a great gift sub. Thank you for the great support. So we're going to take off from Juliana. It's 17 miles over to St. Barts. Land at St. Barts, line up on the runway, take off, do another 27 miles to Seba, land, go back to the runway, and then head back over to 24 miles to come into Juliana. And that's it. You could also, if you want, put those airports into Navigaph and track your flight that way. You had to look up the icy cows on that one? Really? It has been a while. I think that now probably someone in chat said while we were talking about this, there's probably enough people in 2024 right now, so we'll see. It's not that new. Spitfire, thank you for coming in. And Potato Lazy has come in too. Hello, Potato Lazy. You could take your Spitfire on this flight. You could even take your Spitfire. Wabi is going to go ahead and just go to the bar at the beach in Juliana and watch the show. See, that'd be a great place to go and watch planes. We have usually, I think when we're flying in multiplayer, we found that at this time of the day, I think the Southeast Asia or one of the Asian servers is probably one of the best for not being really crowded. So that one might be good to look at when you're setting, when you're doing, setting up the plane. Kevy's gonna fly with us today. You'll enjoy that. Again, this is not for experts
Subscriber
only.
confirmed.
Not for experts
Top
in
clearance
any way,
granted,
shape, or
agent.
form.
Loyalty noted.
I think somebody just gifted some subs. Hang on a sec. My notifications are slow. It was Potato Lazy. Holy moly, Potato Lazy gifted some subs today. Potato Lazy just gifted 10 subs, so that is amazing. Thank you for the extra support. 10 subs from Potato Lazy. Again, it's not all about the subs. It's about the friends, and thank you for being here, but still. Thank you for the great support, and again, it's this kind of stuff that means I can keep doing what I'm doing, and I'm so grateful to be able to do that right now in the times we're living in. Super grateful to be able to keep live streaming. Thank you. Blandy says the latency might be a little bit bad. We could, Landy, if you're looking at some of the other servers, we could, if you see a better one that you think we ought to use, maybe we'll do that. Haven't been in multiplayer in Flight Sim 2024 that often. Let's see. If you have a lucky hat, if you have a lucky shirt, you should do a lucky hat or a lucky shirt. Oh, Landy, my servers are going to be fine. I should go get my lucky shirt, though, for this. Don't touch that. All right, the lucky spy shirt. We're all ready to go. What could possibly go wrong? That's right. If you don't have pants on, you might want to do that in case your airplane flips over. That could cause a problem. That could get you in trouble. All right, we're looking really good here. Let's go ahead and put in arrival data. Transition level is going to be 6. I'm going to go get the data, though, over here from the METAR. Okay, so winds are 170 at 3. 170 at 3. The temperature is 13 degrees. The altimeter is 1019. We know the transition is going to be transition 60. We're going to do config 3 to land. And we know that the minimums for Munich on 26 right are at the bottom of the page. Category 1 DME is 1650. 1,650 feet in the barrel box. So 1019, 13 degrees, 1703, config 3, 1650 is good. Back to performance. 36 miles from top of descent. Let's come over here and do config 3 for ground proximity warning so it doesn't yell at us. Coming in here, let's just go ahead. It's us, no ATC. I'm going to descend and maintain to the final plunge altitude, which is 5,000 feet. No pants upside down in the other planes. That could cause a problem. It was bad, but our jokes have become a bit tasteless today, and that's okay. Every now and then we get to have some silly fun. Seriously, you've got to have silly fun these days. Okay, everything looks good here. Somebody should call ahead to Airbrow and say, hey, watch out, the Air Berlin flight's coming in. I think what would be good today, some big burgers, a guacamole burger, big steak fries, and one of their little sampler things. So not the big mugs, just the little glasses, but like 6 of the little glasses of each of the kinds of brew that they make. Those are actually fun. You don't get plowed, but you get to taste new stuff, which is great. JSG Droid's gonna blow off everything and do Landu. Yeah, pretty much on this one, you really can. As you come on in after Landu, you don't have to do the racetrack in here. And in fact, usually what happens is as you're approaching Landu here, they're gonna take you over and direct to Gudig or something like that. But yeah, they only have you stay in the racetrack if you're if it's crowded. I don't think it's going to be crowded. But JSG Droid's going to Nebly. I must have a different arrival than you do. You're going to Nebly? There's Mike. 15 miles to top of descent. Hi, Felix. Felix is over on YouTube. Welcome aboard. JSG Droid is on 26
Subscriber
left.
confirmed.
Oh, you're
Top
on the left
clearance
side.
granted,
Oh, okay.
agent.
I'm on the right side. That's
Loyalty
why I don't
noted.
have Nepli. Got it. You're probably doing just fine. GT Boy always comes in with beer cheers every time. Hey, GT Boy. Thanks for the resub. GT Boy has been here for 71 months. So coming into München, an Airbrow T cheers, but thank you for 71 months of really nice support. Awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me keep the lights on. I could not do that without you. Also, it's so nice
New
to see
recruits
you know the little beer
Welcome
mugs
aboard,
pop up
agent.
too. It's
Stay
nice to
sharp.
see some cheers. Toby's just followed on Twitch. Hey Toby's, thank you for the follow. Felix, we're going to Munich. There was a VATSIM event in Stockholm, Sweden, so we flew from Stockholm down to Hannover, and we're doing continuing service down to München. München. I think I pronounced the U too much. It's more like München, I heard the controller say. Okay, let's bring in the map a click and press the button. Felix was flying yesterday the A321neo LR, and Steven got one of the gift subs from Captain Minnesota. Because of the umlaut. I must admit. Oh, the 2 dots. So it's more München than a München. So more of an E. Thalos says, sing the praises of pants. Umlaut is a strange word. Oh, Wolfie, so if I remember from class, that's the 2 dots over the letter U, right? That's the umlaut? Or is that a waypoint that I just blew off? Hi, Thalo. Hey, at least you weren't singing the Poopy Suit song. Felix lives 2 hours away from Munich, so Felix would know. Umlaut makes Irvi hungry for something tasty. I don't remember that one, Thalo. Which one is that from? Sing the praises? I don't remember that one. It must have been a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Yeah. Airboss says München in Bavarian dialect can be Minga. I think I remember seeing that over on the Wikipedia page about that. That's definitely one of the places that I want to visit. Oh, it was Hercules versus the moon? Okay. That I probably only saw once, and that's why I don't remember it, Thalo. Where, if you're wondering what Hercules versus the Moon Men are, that's Mystery Science Theater. No one says it, but it's a meme in VATSIM Germany because it's a midway. There's a waypoint called Minga. Hi, Ty Flops. Welcome aboard. Crow was commenting on the ancient Greeks not having pants. I don't think that they had pants in Rome, too. That's the way they say it in Monty Python. Rome. Something about hurting. An endless sandstorm. Okay, looking good so far. Let's see. Auto brakes. Medium. Might still need the speed brakes. Let's arm those a little later. I did, so for Cross the Land, I departed out of München, and I noticed double taxi lines. So I changed 2 of my sceneries around, and I think that took care of the taxiway lines. We just gotta hope that the bridge problem isn't back. Irvi, so apparently that scene with Michael Palin, none of the extras, none of the guards that were standing around like that, they didn't know what was going to happen in the scene. So a lot of them, they couldn't prepare themselves. And apparently Michael Palin was also kind of going to town a little bit, having a great old time, you know, ad-libbing and just being crazy, which is what they were doing on that movie a lot. And that's what part of why it's so hilarious and why they couldn't crack up. And of course, as he saw them cracking up, Michael Palin stays in character and continues to, you know, do crazy stuff. You soldiers, stop laughing at me. Stop it, my friend Biggest. And it was just so, I mean, all of that was pretty amazing. But it was hilarious for sure. All right, let's do our own ATC, make sure that nobody is coming on in. I don't see anybody in, so let's go and do direct to. I'm going direct to Gudig and insert. And now all of a sudden we're probably a little high, so we're gonna need speed brakes. That's right, nobody expects the Michael Palin Inquisition. Except Mel Brooks. Hi, Chris. Chris just arrived. If you're just coming in, welcome aboard. We're going to be doing the beer run next. Something about Latin that I missed. Okay, arm LS. All looking good. We got some slowdowns and we're getting back on profile. Uh-oh, Irby had a CTD. Speed brakes back. Let's see. We got Berlin ops. Probably another on-time departure. It was. Yay. And now we need to slow down even more. So speed brakes coming out. 10,000 feet landing lights. Nose light. 10,000 foot cabin call. Looking good. Gonna do my own speeds here. 210. Performance. Activate approach. Confirmed. Good to go there. Speed's coming down. Go over to constraints. We have to be above 5,000 feet there. I think we will be. Let's just look ahead and down with TCAS. Make sure. Yep, it's just us. About 30 miles out. Flaps 1, speed brakes back, and armed. Bringing the map a click. Posture check. So we can push rudder pedals and get to the side stick and turn off the... pull the throttles back. Boy, those landing lights are sure bright. There was an airplane. Oh, that was Irvy's airplane that CTD'd. I was going to say there was an airplane right behind me. I'm trying to keep my speed up. That was Irvy that had a CTD. Saying, yep, there's a plane behind me. I'd better keep my speed up. And, well, what happened? You've heard of the Bermuda Triangle. I guess it was the Berlin Triangle. Ooh, a little fast here. Okay, we got one airplane taking off on 26 left. München traffic, hello. Air Berlin 441 is an A319. We are 20 miles out, setting up for the ILS runway 26 right. München. I've got glide slope and localizer. There's the airplane, I think, that just took off over on the other runway. That's the little diamond up above the runway. Red Baron says, no, we should say service, not hello. In München. Thanks, Red Baron 320. There are all sorts of little regional things like that in Germany. So up north, it's Moen. Service in here at München. Altimeter here in it's 1019 and 1019 for the co-pilot. Good. And 1019 down here. There we go. That looks good. And our speed's under control. Everything looks good there. I'm going to arm the approach, get a little extra help here. In Frankfurt, it's Gouda, right? Red Baron? Goody? Let's see. We've checked the lavatories. Oh, Tim J's having all sorts of Monty Python fun. Bringing the map another click. Good. Goody. It might even be a silent E. Yep, there's the airplane that just took off that announced they were leaving. Make sure it snags the localizer. Mention traffic. Air Berlin 441 is turning finals now. 11-mile finals for runway 26 right. Landing, München. Hi, Wheatley. Wheatley is checking in from Vienna. I looked like it was a nice night in Vienna. Welcome in, Wheatley. And 180 here in the turn. I know, yeah, Tim J. Apparently, Irvy had a CTD. Cabin secure. Got the localizer. Got the glide slope. Speed's coming down. What do you say? Wheels. Landing gear. Gear's going down. I guess in the real airplane, the landing gear lever is pull it out and move it. You have to pull it out and move it. Manage speed to land. Okay, here in... Okay, the airport parking chart. I think usually when we come in here, they put Air Berlin over on apron 1. So it's usually apron 1 for us here. So if we get Alpha 4... So Alpha 6 or Alpha 4 takes us straight in there. Flaps are 3. ECAM checklist is green. Speed brakes need to be rearmed. Looking good there. AP's going off. Wheatley, it's an A319. This is the Phoenix A319. Really a nice airplane. Just everything we could possibly want in a sim airplane. I mean, we can take it into practically anything. And it's really nice on performance, so it doesn't kill your frame rates. And I think gate... So airbrow is right here, so we want this gate right there. Little bit of a breeze from the left blowing us over to the right. Kind of like a direct crosswind on this one. JSG Droid says I need to grab gate 112. Got it. Landing.
100. 50. 30.
Float, float, float.
20. Retard.
Oh my gosh, lost it there. Rats. I was going for butter all over the place. Yeah, it's a floaty Airbus. We love our floaty buses. Yeah, afraid we did. A little gouge in the runway there. Frozen butter. München traffic, runway 26 right is clear. Air Berlin 441, taxi to Terminal 1 and Airbrow. Happy landings, München. Okay, let's see. Did we get the right one? That's Alpha 6. We wanted Alpha 4, so... a frozen butter jackhammer. Okay, landing lights. Strobes. Flaps. Master switch. That's right. We're smooth. We're nice. Airbrow is right below the control tower. So it's right below the control towers where the where the brewery and the burgers are. Tried to keep it smooth and a little humorous. This is actually a scenery for Flight Sim 2020, I believe. And you can see all the double lines are gone from yesterday, so that's good. Let's see if we go crashing into the bridge. I know, it's right below the control tower. My guess is they probably don't get to deliver very much. So here is one of the cross the highway bridges, and it used to be that on some of the sceneries the bridges weren't there. They looked like they were there, but your airplane would go plunging onto the roadway. Let's see if it happens with this. Hey, I don't think we're gonna go plunging onto the roadway. Tim J, yeah, we're heading down to the brewery. What can I bring you, all right? APU. And we got a big area over here that they're doing a bunch of construction on. Apparently that's been going on for a while. Manafee says there's ATC. Manafee, we're going to do something called the beer run. We're going to do something called the beer run. That's going to be over. So the Jax approach, I mentioned that. Folks said that we wanted to try and do the beer run. It's been a long time since we've done that. My guess is you're going to get plenty of ATC there anyway, but let us know how it's going, okay? Thank you for keeping us up to date on the training things, Manaphy. I really do appreciate it. I know we kind of blow them off, but we try to make them every now and then. So thank you for doing that, and please keep telling us what's going on in Jax, okay? And we're going to go right off to the side by JSG Droid. I disabled the Flight Sim 2024 airport and downloaded the Flight Sim 2020 airport. So this is a payware for Flight Sim 2020. There we go. Parking brakes. The default München is good, but apparently what it is there's a conflict between the really, really nice scenery. So the generic, the scenery package, I mean, so all the generic scenery around Germany and that airport. And that's why we had double lines. So I just figured I'd come over and grab these and try it this way. And beacon. And seatbelts. Hey, look at this. The jetway's coming. Arether, welcome aboard. Who created it? I don't remember. I'm sorry. I'm really bad about remembering developers. But this is a really nice one. And if we come over here and we grab the drone camera, Simwings, Tim J, that's exactly right. I do remember that. So here we are at gate 110. JSG Droid was right over there. Come on up over here. There's the control tower. And according to my data, Airbrow is right over here. That's where the brewery is. So cheers to Airbrow. And then they've got a big area under here, a walkway. And then this thing here, a big Lufthansa sign that says, every story started with a yes. Skull, Russ. Not a bad looking scenery. I think that this will work. So this should be pretty good. So I actually, instead of streaming this scenery, I just downloaded the whole scenery package. And you can see the whole big area over here that's doing a bunch of, so they're doing a real big area of construction over in that area. Could be that's a little bit on the old side, but we did it. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was arrested. A very nice flight. Up, our passenger up the jetway went away. Oh, it's because I went zipping around in the drone cam. All right, ready for a beer run? Let's go to main menu. And we don't use VATSIM for this, so I'm going to do a quick recycle here. Cats for sure, Chris. Let's see. Tim J says that poster was part of the Simwings. So it was Simwings. Thanks, Tim J. All right, so let's see. We don't need VATSIM radar for this. We don't need SimBrief. And we don't need to do a flight plan. We also don't need the McDo and the autopilot. So we don't need MobiFlight. We'll turn off MobiFlight and unplug those. Let's just go grab the sim. Oh, and this text file up here, that is our Copenhagen Live. The Copenhagen Live, which is September 20th. I thought it was this coming Saturday, but I guess it's not. So I put that over here on the other one, and that reminds me of all of my data that I need for a VATSIM event that has a slot. Yes, there is a booking for that. Did I get the booking? No. I usually save that. Let me see if I've still got that in history, and I can put the booking link in for you. Here it is. This should take you to the bookings for that, and that should be good. And then I always save a copy of mine in the chat in my text file. Forgot to do that. Sometimes you need to have your booking page. So here's my booking page right here for the flight. And you need to be able to come back here and confirm it beforehand. But this is going to be on September 20th. And it's at our normal flying time. Okay, let's see. Parking brakes. I think everything is good there. Don't make any changes over here. And we need to find the Twin Otter. Haven't been in that for a while either. Let's see. Somebody recently said that they took the Airbus A400M, the military airplane that you see in the little movie that goes by, and they said that airplane has gotten some good performance updates, and it's a lot better than it used to be. I don't think an Airbus hat is going to work for a de Havilland Twin Otter. So we ought change that. Now, before we jump in, we need to go into settings first, and we need to go over to multiplayer. It's a little bit different in Flight Sim 2020. I think it's taking a little bit less time to load than it has recently. Irvi, we did not decide on a server. The last time we talked, it was the Southeast Asia server. Do we want to choose something a little in the northern hemisphere, like an East Europe server or a West Coast US server, something like that? We could look and see what some of the lag time is. You forgot the airplane. Okay. Sure. You got it. I'll go slow. I haven't been in it in a long time either. I've forgotten to. Martel's calling it a night. Night, Martel. Hey, thanks for being here, Martel. Have a great evening. I hope you had a good weekend. See ya maybe for Nuremberg to Copenhagen tomorrow. I'm not sure. All right. So first things first. Hi, Dad. Game time. Welcome aboard. Southeast. Well, see, that's what the theory is. The Southeast Asia server will be. Not many people will be on it, so it will be better performance. We'll look and see. I think it'll give us those lag times in just a second. Right now, it's got that little freeze that it does here. All right, go to settings. Okay, let's see. Display, full screen, global. I don't know if it's... Oh, online. Click online. Multiplayer servers. Okay, so the Southeast Asia server is 273 milliseconds. Automatic. East USA is 85 milliseconds. I assume it's milliseconds. North Europe is 151. West Europe is 164. Southeast Asia is 200. Automatic. So right now it looks like the West USA is best, but that's for me. I don't know if that's for you. So
subscriber confirmed.
Dad Game Time just did a resub.
Loyalty noted.
Dad Game Time, thank you for being here for a year and a month and some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for the help. Not the ATC, the jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you, Dad Game Time. Thanks for helping me to keep all the lights on here at Spy HQ. 40 milliseconds for landing. Okay, it sounds to me like West USA is what's working for most, right? Shall we do this one? I don't see too many objections. We'll start with that, and if we have to change, we can go back in and change. Step 1, you have to turn on multiplayer, and then I also say show multiplayer aircraft in close proximity so we can see everybody land. Hey, Lewis. Salute and welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Save and go back. Now let's go get our airplane. I think it was milliseconds. Did I said 40 seconds? Okay. DHC. And there's the de Havilland DHC-6. The Twin Otter. There we go. Now let's go get the right one. I did. I had it. I enabled it just before I clicked over here. Okay, we want wheels. So we'll get wheels. And let's see what we have for liveries. There we go. All right, we've got... Oh, I usually get the Shark livery. I don't have any of the airlines for this. My multiplayer box is checked off on your online settings. What happens if you try another server, JSG Droid? Can you click that? Because that doesn't sound right to me. Save and go back. Yeah, this should be default. Save and go back. So JSG Droid says it's grayed out. So we've already selected the plane. Let's go back into settings. JSG Droid, maybe go to this page. The main page. Were you in the page where you go and select the airplane and the flight? Maybe go out to the main page too. So we click this. Go to online. Look for your multiplayer server, and these two should be clickable. And make sure that all that works. Irvy's got a cool airplane. What are you gonna fly, Irvy? Irvy's gonna, oh my gosh, what's that? Well, that'll be entertaining. No fear for Irvy. JSG Droid is gonna try and restart the sim. Okay, let's go out to the airport and make sure that JSG Droid can get in on this. That is the DHC Caribou. It's a DHC-4. Okay, TNCM. And we're going to go kind of slow here on starting the plane, and I'm going to wait until JSG Droid gets back in for starting. I guess the only thing you have to watch out for is keep the caribou away from the elk and the moose. That could cause a problem. Spy Hat. Dad Game Time says Spy Hat. We should, well, the only one we can use for this is this one right here. All right. Okay, over here at Juliana, that's right, avoid moose and squirrel. And I don't see anybody at the airport on this server right now, so I'm going to choose parking 4 and start. Landy made it here. And I think that the airports that I'm using for all of this are default airports too. So it's a default plane, default airports. Wolfie said you have to select multiplayer and flight conditions before you start the flight. JSD Droid is on Steam checking, but you couldn't find anything about online on. I don't think that's any different whether you're a Steam simmer or a regular simmer. All right, there's our very bad looking airplane. Go. I don't have Rex going. I don't have anything like that. Irby says settings online and turn that on. All right. The sun's getting a little low on the horizon here. That's a problem, especially for our next airport, because our next airport does not have runway lights. So we need to go to the little cloud, and we need to go to custom and then roll the clock back. That way we'll have real weather, but the sun will stay up. Yeah, I'm all default for this. And this is, oh, okay, so online, and Irby said to check something called photograph air traffic, live weather, multiplayer on, multiplayer show. And I think that's it. I don't see anybody here. I think I may need to do something. Let's go to settings and see if I can. I don't see anybody either. Okay, so let's see. Online spawning will happen. Okay, photogrammetry, I have that turned off. Live weather, multiplayer is on. I'm on the West USA server and show that. We don't have that. We don't have that. I don't think anything else needs to be changed. There's a new setting, air traffic quantity in the graphics. And you have to put that on ultra. Okay, so in graphics, we have to go down and set air traffic quality. That's probably global. Air traffic quality or quantity? Quantity. See, my air traffic quantity is off. Let's turn it on. And save and go back. Okay, maybe that'll do it. Resume. Okay, we'll see how that works. Before you hit fly now, you have to select multiplayer as a flight condition on the top. So I've already turned that on long before I did any of this. Okay, so maybe I need to get out of this and make a change. Let's come back. We don't usually fly like this, so I'm going to go to main menu. Okay, so here's our main menu. Let's try and get it from the main menu here and click it. So let's start with graphics and global rendering. And we did change air traffic quantity to ultra. Okay, so that's good. And then on online, we have multiplayer servers, and multiplayer aircraft. So I think we're good to go there. Online aircraft traffic time should be real time. Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay, that's why. That's why. There's the other thing. So come over to flight conditions. All right, so weather and time, it has to be live. Air traffic, it has to be live. No, not air traffic. That goes off, but multiplayer is all players. It's all players, right? That's what we're forgetting. Okay. There's another setting, so we got to do that. And Scott for assist to hydrate. Okay, now it should work. Famous last words. Okay, let's try this. Departure, TNCM. Gotta see if JSG Droid can still do that too, because that was, JSG Droid is over on Steam. Okay. And let's see. It's all live, so we should see each other. It should work. It should work. Now you know why it is that we spend most of our time in VATSIM. I mean, we're all set up. We could just fly, but if there was ATC around here, they'd see all these airplanes buzzing around like this and then drive them nuts. Hey, I see another airplane there. I think this works. Okay, we've got to hurry. We've got to get over to... Oh, hydrate. We got to hydrate too. And you might need to stretch. Hydrate. Okay. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. I think it looks, yeah, it's not very great, is it? Uh-oh. I haven't got any of my views set up for this airplane. I don't have any views set up.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent.
I haven't been
Loyalty
in such a
noted.
long time. Hi, Jersey Pilot. Thanks for the resub. All right. Let's see. Let's get a main view. Okay, that looks good. Man, I forget the ones that I have for this airplane. And I think it's really good to come over here. And we need to see this. We need to be able to get to... Yeah, I usually do this one straight up and down like this. So that I can... You need to be able to get to the fuel and the props on this one. Okay? Okay, so that looks good. So we'll do that. You're also going to need... to get to the upper panel here. And if I'm going too fast, as some of you are just getting started up here, let me know. I know JSG Droid's still trying to make it work. I think that's probably good. Okay, we got both of the uppers. The trick to this thing is you need to be able to get to the to these buttons here. You need to be able to get to your props and your fuel cutoffs. That's what that is. Okay, now then, let's go back outside. We got to turn off some stuff. Remove that. Remove that. And remove that. So you got to get those three. Your Cessna should appear shortly. Good luck with that. Hi, Jersey Pilot. Jersey Pilot, thank you for a nice resub. And I haven't heard from JSG Droid to make sure that that's working, but I do see other airplanes. So we're looking pretty good there. Okay. Now then, looking down here. Oh, yeah, this one has that funky floor. All right, you're ready to do the startup. Okay, so the first things first is tilt down a little bit and look down here and you click the floor. See, that's the control lock. So click the floor and do the control lock. And then I'll go and I'll move my stick and throttle, make sure that that works. And then the next thing I'm going to do is look down here and I'm going to click the base of all of this because that's just in the way. And I'm going to go ahead and get the clipboard out of the way too. We don't need that. Okay, so what I've got is I've got captain's view right here. So set that up. And I usually do two views on my upper panel because you really will need to be able to get to your props and your fuel shut off. So there's my lower panel, upper panel, and the upper panel. Okay, now we need to get what I call big instruments. So big instruments is down here. Let's set that one. So we're just setting views. Now we're also going to need some of the engine views and radio views. So we'll just go over here and grab that, although we don't really use the radio in all this. Then get yourself a nice bigger view back of the cockpit like this. Okay, so we got those views. I got big instruments. I've got radios. Now then, you can also come on back into the cabin and you can set some wing views, which are nice. So we'll grab a wing view of the prop over here. So we got, that's the left side. Is there a throttle? There hasn't been before. You're gonna run your throttles full up and down. So throttles are full up and down. So let's go back to the cockpit and see if we've got them. Okay, so, but you do have prop reversers. So you see where we're at reverse there? And that's a momentary. And that's reverse. Up, that was reverse. Yeah, so you hold the button down like that. Okay. So, but there isn't a throttle calibration, at least not that I've ever used on it. All right, so our Twin Otter is ottering. And it's got a pretty cool livery there, too. Shall we go and try and start this sucker up? Okay. So, to start it, you're going to need the battery first. So we've got either external power or battery power, and that's just above the captain's head here. So I just did battery power, and we're going to go ahead and do manual. And then your airplane starts coming to life. While that's going on, go to the upper panel. We're going to do position lights, no smoking. And if these lights are a little bit too bright for you, you could dim them a little bit. That upper panel, I'd probably put them both to about half. Okay, so all that looks good. And I generally leave everything else off for now. Hi, George. Welcome aboard. Okay, over here, the radios, I don't use them. So I do just hit enter twice on each radio so that I don't have to look at them flash at me. And then we can turn the transponder to standby. Okay? We're pretty good to go there. As far as weight and balance, I just take whatever's aboard. Your fuel quantity is down here. We've got, it looks like 400 pounds on each side, 800 pounds of fuel. I think that's enough to get the job done on this, right? So as far as loadout, I don't worry about that at all. If we care, we can come over here and we can come and get the real weather, TNCM, and Juliana, and then come on down here. All the way to the bottom is the latest METAR, TNCM, the altimeter, it says 1013. Okay. So altimeter is 1013 and it's set. As a reminder, I will come up here to the altitude and I'm going to just dial in 1,500 feet. 1,500. So it gives me a little bug of about 1,500 feet. That's all we need. Ready? All the way in the upper panel, I'm going to do seatbelts. I'm going to do anti-collision lights. All of that looks really good. I totally forgot Volanta. Yeah, Volanta doesn't like this flight very much. Yeah, Volanta doesn't like this very much. So it's just going to be there. Thanks, Canada Bear. Ready to try and start engines? Okay, so there is a setting here called gas generation. No, it has nothing to do with what you think it is. You know, I'm trying hard not to do a Taco Bell joke. But what I do is wait until we get up to about 10 to 20% of GG RPM, gas generation, and that's when I do fuel. Ready? So let's come on up here and we're going to try and start the engines. To do that, we come over here and the starter is up above the captain's head. Now I'm going to start the left engine first. Ready? So click over to the left side. Come on down here. Gas generation's going up. 10, 11, 12. There's 10. And almost halfway. Fuel cutoff goes on. And we got a prop spinning. There's our prop spinning. Mariners fan loves Taco Bell jokes. Yeah, see, Volanta doesn't like this because we're not using a Cimbri flight plan. Okay. And now we're going to take the propeller out of feather. And stop there. Props kicking up a little more. And engines are coming up. And then we go down, and I think we take this. Increase your RPM up to full. There was an TCP port conflict when connecting. Oh, I missed all of that. Okay, let's go ahead and try and start another engine. Okay, the same thing as before. Starter to the right side. Gas generation comes up. 15%. Fuel cutoff. Irby, thank you for putting that picture up. Yeah, I know. You do have to make a lot more changes. Okay. Prop goes out of feather. Sunjammer's gonna call it a night. Good night, Sunjammer. I hope you had a good weekend. Thank you for being here as always. See you in the friendly sim skies next time. And that can go up to full now. All right. Come up here to the top. Generator, left generator, reset, and then up. So switches, the generator switches all the way to reset and then to on. Okay, pitot tube heat is going on. Oh, I forgot the beacon. I did anti-collision. Yeah, I messed that up. Okay, we need to do auto over here. Manual cooling. Nope, auto. And where are my... Bus ties stay normal. Pulse stays normal. Oh, bleed air. Up at the top. It's above. It's these big switches. Bleed air needs to go on too. Bleed air is on. There's a switch over here. You can turn that light off for now. If you get icing in this thing, the windshield icing is over here. There's the heaters if you need those. Okay, everything looks great here. I have some. What's wrong over here? Boost. Oh, I forgot the boost pumps. Aft boost pump and forward boost pump. The boost pumps need to be on for fuel. Airplane obviously started. Pneumatic says low pressure. That will go out, I believe, when we fly. I'm going to go and start squawking, even though we're not on VATSIM. There is an autopilot. I generally don't use the autopilot on this. Ready? All right, let's see here. Flaps. Flaps are up here. And I'll usually go flaps 1 for takeoff. And you'll be full flaps to slow it way down on the other one. Taxi light going on. Am I going too fast? Do I need to stop? Parking brake is down here between behind the yoke. So the parking brake is down here. Toe brakes should work. We've really never done the twin otter with floats. And look at that, we're rolling. Steer with your rudder pedals. I don't usually mess with the trim very much. Brake check. All right, how's everybody else doing? Am I just way too... AMG just did some cheers. I missed your cheers. AMG, thank you for some extra cheers. That was really nice. AMG needs the beer run. The Cleveland Browns lost today. I'm sorry. It's never fun when your team loses. Okay, is everybody got their airplane going? Do I need to stop and talk about stuff again? I don't want to leave anybody behind on this. I saw a bunch of other airplanes. I don't see anybody else. AMG is the cheerleader. I think so, Tim J. I don't see anybody else, so something's wrong. Shall we just go? Windsock says everything looks good for landing. Landy's right behind. Oh, okay, I see an airplane up here. There's an airplane up here. I should be real time. Dogs. Yep, I see a plane just getting ready to take off. Okay, one person who is having trouble was JSG Droid. So I'm going to stop here and hold short and wait till we know that JSG Droid's got this going too. And if anybody else is having a problem, sing out in chat right now. Dogs can't see. Anyway, JSG Droid, parking brake is right behind the yoke. So see down here? There's the parking brake right down there by your psychedelic floor. Got it? There's your parking brake. All right. After takeoff, we're going to take off, and you see the lagoon over here. We're going to go right turn over the lagoon, and then we're going to make a left turn once we clear the condos, and you're going to look for an airport for an island with two twin peaks. And Kyle McLaughlin somewhere around there. Here we go. Push at 23. Do we fly bigger airplanes? Oh, yes, we do. Landing lights going on. Yeah, fact is we just did 2 segments in the A319. Yesterday we did a 5-hour long haul in the 777 cargo liner. Tomorrow we'll be in the A320, no, the A321 for Vectors to Copenhagen. No auto throttle. Shall we go? Fly at 65. 65, rotate. Tap your brakes when you take off. Lower the nose a little bit to build some airspeed. Start the turn out over the lagoon. It will yell at you about the bank angle. Flaps up. Throttle back a bit. And out we go over here. I know, no auto throttle. We're gonna die, right? Okay, there we go. There's those condos. So we'll kind of come around here. It is getting dark. That's kind of why I'm hurrying, because our first airport does not have runway lights. I know, bank holiday, bank holiday. And you can just barely see where we're going down out there. So it's basically going to be a heading of about 12130. And I stop at about 1,500 on this. Okay, looking good here. Bring your props down about half. We haven't crashed yet. And landing lights off.
Confirmed. Top
Landing
clearance
lights
granted,
are off.
agent. Loyalty noted.
Somebody just did something nice. It was Commander King did a resub. Hi, Commander King. Thank you for a nice resub. Thank you for some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. And thanks for 47 months of support, helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. Irvi, you added max cargo, so you've got a lot of beer in your plane? Okay, you can barely see the next island. St. Barts is up ahead. It looks like we're right around 130 degrees after the turns. It's a beer run, not a beer crawl. This is not a fast flight. This is not a fast airplane. Not a fast plane at all. Landy, I'm still climbing. This airplane is not a speed demon. It will get you from point A to point B. It will not be fast. All right, so as we're coming out here, it's starting to get real dark. So what you're going to do is you can see the island that we're going to. It's up here. There's our island. We're going to want to turn and go to the right side of the island here. Oh yeah, 150. You don't want to go too fast in this airplane for sure. So now I'm going to change my heading to now about 140 on this. I don't have names. Is this Michael Bay's island, St. Barts? Hey, look at this. We're almost to our final cruising altitude of 1,500 feet. Oh, there's a separate setting now for name tags. Okay. All right, 1,500 feet. Lower the nose. Now there is an autopilot in here. I don't use it. There we go. And now we'll build up a little bit of speed, but not much. Just adjusting my lights a little bit. We don't want them too bright right now because seeing this runway is going to be hard. AMG just did some more cheers. AMG, you've been so cheerful lately. Thank you for the awesome support. Really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Ryan, 83 Bravo. We're trying the beer run. It's been forever since we've been in this airplane and done this. Magic speed in this thing is about 65. Takeoff and landing. Okay, there is some little halfway point islands here. I call those shipwreck shoals. I'm sure that there's got to be all sorts of boats over there that have had the bottom torn off of them when some boozed up kids got the boat and took off. We're really holding our own here right at about a little more than 1,500 feet. That's perfect. So as we come in here, you're going to notice some rocks out in the water. Yeah, rocks. Those are our nav aids, okay? On this one. And I think the first one is showing up. See, there's a rock over there, and there's a rock over there. Guess what those rocks are doing? Settings, flight interface, and nameplates. Okay, Wabi, thank you for finding that. It's getting really dark, so we really need to do this flight, but I'll change mine later. So turn before this rock and turn before that rock, and the runway is on the other side of the hill. You're going to notice a road coming up from the town, and it kind of goes back and forth, little switchbacks. That's the road that you follow. As soon as you go over the top of the little hill, well, I could do that, we won't see anybody else. So maybe I ought to do that just so that you can see what we're doing. So let's do that just so we can see that. You're not going to see anybody, but. So I'm going to roll my clock back to daylight. Okay, so here's rock number 1, here's rock number 2. And as we come around, you see there's a little bit of the hill right here. There's a V in that hill. You're going to want to buzz right over the top of that V. Right over the top of the V. Now, there's two ways to do this. You could start your descent early and all that, and you hug the top of the hill. The real world videos that I've seen of this approach in the Otter, the pilots kind of come in a little bit high. So as they're turning around, and you come in, you always see the runway. Even, and you keep the runway in your windshield. And that's how I've seen that video done. Now it could be that that video is from somebody in a camera that's up a little bit too high, and that's the mistake that I'm making. Active Sky is giving Landy wind shear alerts. Of course it is. So that's probably the reason why. Okay, I've been descending a bit. Okay, let's reduce our power. We need to reduce our speed and start getting some flaps out. Props forward, full RPM. And coming into the white arc here, hold the nose up, hold the nose up. There's the V, there's our second rock. I'm gonna start a gentle turn, flaps 1. As soon as you start throwing flaps out on this thing, it becomes a lead weight. I mean, it just stops working, and we're getting close to stall. Nope, that was 80, not 60. George, that's a tough question to answer. Okay, we're actually pointed right towards the V, and I'm going to kind of stay at this altitude until I see my runway. Drumma, yes, I bet they do have alligator problems here. There's the runway. Do you see the runway right there? So I'm a little bit off. I turned too late. Okay, a gentle descent. a little fast. I know, the scenery is so awesome, Ryan, isn't it? I mean, it really is amazing to fly around here. Okay, reduce my speed. I'm actually at good altitude. We're a little fast. Throttle back, throttle back. Oh, I just saw somebody take off. I didn't think we could see anybody like this. Coming over the top of the hill. Add a little power. We don't want to hit the top of the hill. And dive, dive, dive. Up, going too much, going too much. And then get off the runway. This is multiplayer. It's okay to run into other airplanes. Flaps up to 10. Now then, this runway is longer than the runway that we're going to. So one of the things that we do on this is we practice a short runway takeoff on this one to get ready for our next one, okay? I'm amazed I see other airplanes here. They fixed that. We can now change the time and we see everybody else. That's right, it didn't make the beeping sound. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we come up over here. I don't think it brakes as fast either. I don't think it does either. No. Parking brakes on outside the airplane, and you can see just how detailed this is. I mean, this airport, and this is default. So there's the airport right there. Really, really nice. I mean, really nice. But what we like to do is come up here. And you see there's an airplane right there. That's somebody watching. But what we like to do is come on up here. And this is where people like to take pictures. So let's come up here and see some people land. Okay? There is a famous video on YouTube of what happens if you float down the on this one too much. If you float too much, you get in trouble real fast. I think I've got it. Antonov. Oh, you see somebody coming in. Brandenburg. I don't remember the name of it. I think I've got one place that I'll look and see. But it was a twin-engine GA airplane. The pilot, okay, ready? Here we go. This is absolutely amazing. It's over on YouTube. It's called the St. Barts Runway Overrun, okay? So this is the same, our airplane's in the same spot as our video. Our camera is the same spot as this. Nice twin-engine airplane coming along. Chug, 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 chug. Hey, waggle the wings. Zoom. And looking good, but uh-oh. Floating a little bit. Halfway down the runway. Still haven't touched down. There we go. Touchdown. Stand on the brakes. Stop.
Whoa! Crap. That kind of...
You think? I don't think that anybody was hurt. So that's why we can kind of laugh at that a little bit, but the airplane was pretty badly messed up. So this airport is no hunting for butter. No hunting for butter. Slink for Slink has Mom's Cabin Crew now for BA. Congratulations. All right, so are we all ready to go ahead and give this a shot going out? Is anybody else coming? Let's see if we see anybody else coming. I don't see anybody else coming. Andre, you've seen that video? Yep, that video is like famous on YouTube. Okay, so this is the perfect opportunity to do what I call train for our next takeoff, okay? So we're gonna train for the next takeoff. It's gonna be a short field takeoff. Okay, let's come on down here. Parking brakes are off. And the goal is to put your wheel on the very edge of the runway. That's right. And the next runway is monster important that you stop. Okay, so round we go here. Did everybody make it that wants to make it for this flight? I really don't want to leave anybody behind. Okay, there we go. Our wheel should be right at the edge almost. Right at the edge, and now tight turn, because we want all the runway that we can get. There we are. Okay, so now we got all the runway. Now, flaps 20. We're gonna go throttles up. I'm standing on my brakes. We're not rolling. Standing on the brakes and go. Push the nose down a little bit. Speed's coming up. We're looking at for 65. 60, 65. Pull the nose up. Get into ground effect. Drop the nose back down. Get some speed. Next flaps. Start your turn out. Don't hit the cruise ship. And get some speed. So short takeoff. Now as we come around the cruise ship, we're going to do another turn. No throwing your beer cans down on the cruise ship. Flaps up. Throttle back a little bit. And we're going to go back to 1,500 feet. Now we got a little gap here. We're going to go between the little island here. Not fly over anybody. Throttle props back about halfway or so. Whoops. No issues for heavy weather. Heavy weather sees everybody. I saw one airplane had a name tag above it though, as I was coming in. Okay, once we clear the island, you see this island over here, the real sharp island? I think that's where we're going next. That's where we're going next. The airport was a little scary. These are scary airports. There's several islands. You want the island that's really pointy. And we're about 700 feet. Now you could also use an autopilot on this if you wanted to. So I think the heading is about 240, 230. I think it's like 24 to get over there. But we could just bug that for now as our heading. Sling for Slink, that is one of the events that I usually sit out because there are a lot of flight simmers and live streamers that use SimFest and World Flight as a place to raise money for really good causes. And since I don't have any of that set up yet, I don't want to take away from them. So I don't usually participate in that, but I do watch it. Astro Singularity is here on a 5-stream streak. Welcome aboard, Astro Singularity. Thank you for coming by today. I appreciate you announcing. Welcome on in. It's a November event. It's an event in November. All the time you've flown the Bear One, you've never used the Twin Otter, you're glad you're... It is a fun airplane. It's slow, it's clunky, it's a cranky old airplane, but it's a fun little plane. I'll ask one more time. Is everybody getting this working? Haven't seen JSG Droid yet. And I know JSG Droid was having trouble with multiplayer.
Intel secured.
It is September.
Every bit helps.
Astro Singularity
Thanks,
did some
Agent.
cheers. Thank you for some cheers, Astro Singularity. Okay, Wolfie sees the name tag. Okay, glad that. The plane is acting weird. It's a weird airplane. It's a weird little plane. Hey, Sphinx Music. You got the Twin Otter in 2020 when it was available. And it's Sphinx Music's second favorite. It is a fun little airplane. Glad you got it working, JSG Droid. All right, coming up on finally 1,500 feet per minute. Whoops. KV made it. Okay, KV's chugging along too. Let's look and see. I see an airplane up there, and I don't see any airplanes behind me. I did switch to daytime just so that you could see everything. There's traffic off to my left. Heading to the left, yep. That's right, I totally forgot to retract my landing gear, and I have not turned off my auto brakes and speed brakes yet either. And I haven't found the managed speed mode on this airplane yet. Gotta fly in the managed speed mode. Landy says that Track IR is working good. That's right, the auto throttle. I can't find the auto throttle button. And if you look back here, you know, you don't see that there's a galley or anything like that. Where do you go and get your free, you know, adult beverages on this flight? I mean, I don't see anything like that. Uh-oh. I don't know that there's a lavatory back here either. Maybe it's back behind this door. I don't think we should go back there. Someone might be busy. Uh-oh, turning away, turning away. Whoops, whoops, whoops. The auto land button is a hidden button. Okay, so Saba is a little bit the same and a little bit different. It's the same because we're going to use a big old rock out in the middle of the water. This time, though, you want to fly over the rock. You're not going to want to fly over the rock because right off of your right wingtip, there's going to be big cliffs. So there you go. There's cliffs. Oh, it's in the cargo hold. I got it. So on this one, it's all going to be visual, and it's going to be a giant left turn. Now, right now, you can see that I got Seba right up ahead. Oh, and I'm climbing too much. So Seba's up ahead. What I need to do is get down to 1,500 feet, and then I'm going to turn 10 degrees to the right. So there's a bug for 10 degrees to the right and 10 degrees to the right. Maybe it's Red Stripe beer or something. And there's 10 degrees to the right. We want to come in on the north side of this island. Flaps all the way out. All the way out. Now, the runway, it's going to be hard to see, but if you've never seen it, there's a little island, like a little spit of land here, off to the side of the island. I think that they probably built it artificially, so it's an artificial, like, piece of land that they dumped a bunch of rocks on and put a runway on. That's what we're landing on. So there's the cliffs, and as you come up, you're going to see your rock. I'm about 500 feet too high. So we'll just push the nose down a bit. Still aiming to the north of the island. Give us a little bit of room to turn. $1,700 feet. Choose our binoculars. Can we see anything? Well, there's a little bit of the island there. I can't see the rock. Landy says the wind's going to be out of the east, so it's a little bit of a crosswind, and it looks like it's going to be blowing us into the cliffs. Oh, that's helpful. All right, there's 1,500 feet. There's the cliffs. The rock's going to be over there, and the airport should be right about there. Passengers on the lookout for alligators. Not seeing an awful lot yet. Where's our little airport? Okay, the island's starting to load in. Whew, good. Okay, there's our cliffs, and the airport should be right over there. I hope. Oh, getting a little low. Landy says if we land 3-0, so landing to the north, it's a tailwind. I think most of the time they normally land to the south here. I'm going to turn just a little bit out here. This is we used to do this all the time when it was just Flight Simulator 2020 so that everybody could fly in the same multiplayer server. But yeah, this is you could take any, well, small airplanes are best. I don't think you can take a big jet. Although some people have tried to bring their Airbus in here, they usually don't get stopped. Okay, we're kind of coming into the north here. I'm about 500 feet too low, but that's okay. We have an opportunity for butter. Okay, I think there's our little airport. There's our cliffs. There's the rock. You see where the surf is out here in the middle? That little spot is what we want to fly over. So we're going to try and turn in, and there's the edge of the runway right there. Okay? I usually will go and set my airplane to look like this so that I can look on my turn but see my airspeed so I don't get too slow. Okay, so props up full and reduce our speed. Let's get it into the white arc here. White arc here in this area is our flap speeds. And then make my look over here. I'm way too low on this one. Don't go down any more, airplane. Gentle turn. Okay, there's flaps. Now we're getting close to 60. Okay, now that I can see everything, let's come over here. There's the big nasty cliffs. See the rock out in the middle? There's the rock and there's the runway. You see how close that is? Holy cats. How am I tracking? I'm using a hat button on the side stick and quick views. And then I've got on my mouse, I can zoom in. See the runway? Right over the rock. Now, generally after that, what we do is we come over here. Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, we got one coming in. So generally what I'll do is come over here. Let's see if we can get past this tree. Hopefully we can just drive through it. Nope, I can't. Can't do that. So I got to back up and get around it. Check out the windsock there. So what we do is we'll all park over here and watch landings. I think that's a solar farm over there. Nope, I'm about ready to turn. I'm not going to hit your plane. Sorry. Okay, stop here. And parking brakes. Cool. And drone cam. So there's a little STOL that just moved out of the area. All right, let's see if we can see anybody else that's coming in. Yes, I was trimming the tree. So there's our rock. It could be I'm just not set up to see anybody here. But yeah, you can see runway right there. That rock is almost perfectly set up for you to come in on. Did we lose JSG Droid off the cliff? Oh, no. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's actually an awful lot. I've gone off this cliff so many times and into the surf. This scenery is so good. This is really good scenery here at this little airport. It's pretty amazing. USA West server. Okay, I see somebody just landed. Stop, 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 please. Oh, look at that. TBM stopped. Save the day. It could be that JSG Droid is in an otter, so it could be. Okay, here comes another one. My brakes and throttle are funky. You can't get idle. It goes from full reverse and the brake axis is messed up too. That's not good. And this one's just coming in like, oh, look at that. Nice gentle, wow. What a perfect landing that is. I don't know who's in the TBM. Real STOL plane there. Well, I mean, it's also kind of windy here. I mean, you can see, look at that windsock whistling right down the runway. I mean, really whistling down the runway. So, you know, you really can, you know, in small, very light airplanes like that, you take off like you're seeing people take off here. Okay, for us in the Otter, what we're going to do this time is this is why we practice the short field takeoff for our next flight, right? Let's go back to Juliana. But before we do, I think one of the best things to do is click the cloud. Remember how I changed the time? And I'm going to move it forward, long shadows, about like that. We want to come in to Juliana at sunset, okay? So we want to come into Juliana at sunset here. Okay, let's go. So parking brakes off. Flaps are 20. Let's go. The TBM almost didn't make it. AMG dropped a few more cheers. Thanks, AMG. But those are STOL airplanes. They really can. If you've got a really big wind like that, you can get takeoffs like you're seeing there. All right, even though it's multiplayer, somebody's coming in, so it's just nice if you'll not get in their way after they land. It's just a nice thing to do. JSG Droid, you slewed back. You see, yeah, that's the way to do it. And you're going to circle above to go over back to Juliana with us. Hopefully your airplane handles Juliana better. Okay, and again, right here at the edge of the runway, turn around as soon as you can. Line up, stomp on the brakes. All right, landing lights are on. Throttles up, hold the brakes. Release. Nose down a little bit. Speed, speed, speed. 40, 50, 60, 65, up. And then immediately drop the nose down. You're essentially in ground effect so that you can build some speed. Flaps 10, gentle turn. And there's the white arc, flaps up. I know that one of the things that my flight instructor had me doing a lot of was practicing short field like that. Roll out, and there's the airport, and there is our sunset. Throttles back to about half. Ryan, yes. So the spy flight, we do Christmas in the Caribbean. Well, one of the things is Ryan, usually after we do the first day of Christmas in the Caribbean, we usually do the beer run. And if you haven't been with us, Christmas Day, every year that we've been flying together, we take off from Orlando and fly down to Kingston, Jamaica. And then we do continuing service out to Princess Juliana Airport. And then after that, we do the beer run. And then the day after Christmas, we take off from Princess Juliana Airport. We go to Nassau. And then after Nassau, we go to Orlando, Miami, or Atlanta, depending upon where we want to go. And that's Christmas in the Caribbean. We've done it every year that the spy flight's been going. My trim's a little bit out of whack here. I don't want to climb too fast. Well, I mean, we're on VATSIM for it, but the whole point of Christmas in the Caribbean is a fly-along. It's a fly-along, and it's talking about Christmas snacks and Christmas wishes and just, you know, friends hanging out together, enjoying the holidays like that. And you don't have to do all of them. You can do just some of those segments. So, you know, if you've still got things to do. Yeah. So put the sun almost a little bit on the horizon and you get an incredible sunset arrival. Plus, the other cool thing that you're going to see coming in is the lights are going on in St. Martin, so you see cool stuff. Yeah, you get to spend time with some really cool friends. And with the world being nuts, it's so nice to do that. Landy's in the kit plane. You're going into the bush tomorrow. Really? AMG, you've been so cheerful. Thank you for some extra cheers. And very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you. Tomorrow is Nuremberg and Dusseldorf are up for ATC going into Copenhagen. Last time it was Dusseldorf, so I'll go over to Nuremberg. You can take whichever airplane you want for vectors to Copenhagen. I think it's, yeah, Tim J. I think they got rid of the star. It's all transitions now, which I'll tell you, you know, it's been probably years since we've done an approach into Juliana. Yeah, USA West, Andre, is our server, USA West. Remember back in the day in the movie Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, when Con Noonien Singh kidnapped Phil Collins and Peter Gabriel because he wanted Genesis all for his own. You've got to be a music fan and a Star Trek fan to get that joke, Dad Game Time. I don't know what happened to Con there, Dad Game Time. I'm guessing something happened on the way to paradise. Maybe you could check your girlfriend Susudio, and Susudio could tell you about that. Absolute favorite Phil Collins songs. There is so much energy in that music. Those are songs that I wish that I could play on the, Spy Flight. I know, Jerry, this is a proper airplane. This is called the Bear Run. This is sort of the prop flight that we usually do. It's something easy. The airports are challenging. It's exotic. There's beaches there. And that's kind of why we like them so much. It is a proper flight. A proper flight. Because of the props. Dad Game Time is doing a prop liner flight in Alaska. It's called the Bear Run. So there's 2 airports. And I'm trying to remember that it's some of Sibby's favorite flights. And it's Sheep Island or something. They're 2 really, really small airports up in Alaska. Sheep Hill, Sheep Run, something like that. It's a ridiculously small airport. You'll miss it if you don't know where to look. Sheep Mountain, that's it. Yes, Sheep Mountain. It's the Sheep Mountain Airport. That's another place where we'll take prop liners in that. Wolfie is flying back to St. Barts. Nope, we go to Juliana after that. Andre, you can see you when you use FS20 in multi. Oh, really? Did they put the 2 multiplayers together now? The problem with Easter Island, and yeah, Easter Island would be great. The problem with Easter Island is it's so far. I think Easter Island is like 4 or 5 hours. Which, I would like to go out there because in that general area, that's also where there's a new DLC or it's already just in there. I'm not sure. They did Jurassic Park's islands. So Isla Sorna and Isla Nublar are now modeled, including the dinosaurs, I hear. I haven't checked it out yet. Dad Game Time would rather go to Passover Island. KV, you could put that in over on Discord, okay? Now on this one, you want to have the island a little bit off to your right. I think over at flightsim.to, you can go and get airliners liveries for this. I believe that this became a default airplane in Flight Sim 2024. I think it did, Jerry. So if you have 2024, it should be a freeware that's already there. In 2020, I think it's still a payware, but I don't remember. I don't know about that. They have updated it a few times. I used to have the startup procedures, and the thing is if you look over here, there are actual settings there. I think my prop RPM is way too high. I think my prop RPM is supposed to be closer to 60. And my torque pressure, I've forgotten what the torque pressure is supposed to be. So, I mean, you know, there's a proper way to fly these engines. I'm just cruising along in it. It's not the right way. I think that goes all the way back for your prop. So let's see, my prop RPM is now 80%. And torque pressure, I forget what that is. There we go. Now we got our speed up to about 140 knots, and I think that's it. So yeah, I didn't even have those set correctly. And I forget what that's supposed to be. And I thought that this, the prop RPM would drop down to about 70 to 60 there. Okay, there is Juliana. There's the airport. Now this one's a little bit harder. So as you turn in for the runway, the center post between the two pieces of glass is going to block the runway for most of your turn in. And now all of a sudden for landing, props go forward. And it's time to start getting our speed down a bit. Windshield wipers right in the middle of everything. There's the airport. You got the airport off to the right now. There's our lights. There comes our speed down, and you want speed, so there's the white arc, and they've even marked the flap settings on this, it looks like. Flaps 1, and as soon as your flaps go out, push the throttles forward a little bit more. Bobby's over on the beach, and then otherwise, sometimes your throttles are a little too low, and as you start rolling out your flaps in this thing, you'll just fall out of the sky. It really does. There's a point where it becomes a brick. And usually for this runway, I'm going to come in at about flaps 20 on this one. There's our runway. Lights are starting to come on the beach and in the houses here, and it really does become kind of magical down on this. A little fast. So I'm actually even out of the white arc now. Okay, gear down, 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes. Oh, we're not in an Airbus. I guess it's not going to be managed speed to land. And I got 2 reds. 500. Throttles up a little bit more. Yep, Twin Smile Aviation, no autopilot on this. A little bit low, but that's okay because all the people on the beach want you to come in low. And use the PAPI lights on this for sure. There's our landing speed. Uh-oh, 4 red. We're way too... Yep, I'm hunting for butter already. You know that. Landing, landing. There's the beach. Wabi's on the beach. You'll start to see people appear on the beach too. There's the people over the fence.
40, 30, 20, 10.
Prop reversers. And then I'll usually just come over here and see where the other otter is parked. I'll just park right off to the side so that we can come over and watch landings. I know, this was a fun thing to do. I think it worked. I think more people are on 2024, so we can do this again and not have too many people missing out on different sims. So there was one of those light planes that came in. Okay, so come down here, parking brakes, outside, and let's come around here and go down to the beach. You don't have people on your beach? It could be that you need to load in. I think there's somebody walking, so this is somebody in outside walk-around mode. I'm just using the drone cam for this, but someone's walking down the runway. And they modeled the beach area so well. So you can see, yep, there's the fence. Did that. Come over here. Come on down. You see people doing selfies with airplanes. And then this is where all the people would be watching. And then come on over here. And you come over here and they've got this beach area here. And this is the Sunset Bar. And you get all of these great places to sit outside. And then you can kind of come around here, see the whole beach from here, and watch the big planes land. So there's two things. There's either a freeware or a payware. I forget. I know. Come on and get your beverages and your burgers here. And of course, as a live streamer, I appreciate the fact that they've got a hot tub back here because, you know, you got to do hot tub streams, right? Got to have a hot tub back there. There's several pools around the area too, but they did such a great job on this. I mean, really did a nice job here. And then over on the other, so yeah, you got a great pool on this side. And then a band area, and then there's another beverage place over here. Uh-oh. I don't think it's supposed to sit like that. That could be a problem. And then there's another beverage place over here. This one is called the Driftwood Boat Bar. Great names for the Driftwood Boat Bar. And I guess that this used to be a boat or something like that over there. That's right, it's a lawn dart. How about that? But the whole island is really nicely modeled here. It really is. So welcome to Juliana. If we ever get to do a spy convention or something like that, this would be a fun place to go and do something like that, I think. Thanks for flying along here. Yep, that's why we've got, part of the reason why we've got the hot tub emote. That's why we do it. I was in the Twin Otter. Tim J was in the Single Ostrich. This is a very dangerous. It's very dangerous for sure. Tomorrow, I'm kind of just bouncing back and forth Nuremberg and Dusseldorf because that's where there's full ATC for Vectors to Copenhagen. No idea what we're going to do after that. Remember, there's also a Copenhagen live on the 20th. Slot reservations are open right now. Be sure you grab one of those for flying on the 20th and get ready for that too. Not sure what we'll do. Is JSG Droid coming in? Hey, let's go and watch a landing. So let's come on over here. Maybe we'll get in this person's selfie. Oh, where's JSG Droid? I don't see JSG Droid. I kind of find that if you move up and down sometimes, it'll help you spot an airplane like this. I don't see him. I love this one here. So here's somebody with their cell phone trying to do a selfie. The cell phone just levitates out there. So somebody clearly has done a Leviosa, did a Leviosa spell on that phone. I don't think JSG Droid's showing up in my multiplayer. Don't think. And JSG Droid was having trouble with the with that too. I don't know. Let's see. Is anybody here? I see 2 otters over here. Nobody on the runway. Let's go and look up. I don't see anybody there either. I don't think. Short final. Okay, let's get down on the beach. So maybe I'm just missing something. Oh, there's JSG Droid. Look at that. There it is. And we get a landing to watch. And a very nice landing too. I'd say success. Very nice. JSG Droid was having trouble with the controls too, and I think it worked out really good. Welcome to Juliana. It's one of those magic little places in the world of Flight Simulator that I think people like to come to. It's always a fun one, and there's some really good VATSIM events that you can enjoy as well too. So that's the nice thing. And Wolfie, thank you for being here. JSG Droid was here too. Tim Dog, Amargosa, thank you for coming in. Let's see. Thank you for suggesting that we give this a try. I'm glad it worked this time. As opposed to, giving it a try and it didn't work. I think that the beer run is back. I think it worked just fine. Tomorrow, Vectors to Copenhagen, Nuremberg to Copenhagen. You could do Dusseldorf if you'd like to do that as well. And I hope that you'll give that a try. It was tough switching between the reversers and full throttle when landing. So yeah, that JSG Droid only had full reverse or full forward. So that was about it. Sphinx Music, let's go ahead and we'll plan to do one a week from today. Let's try it again. A week from today on Sunday, we'll wrap up the spy flight with another beer run so that you can try that. Thank you for being here. Time for my shout out for the secret agents, special agents, and double O's. Thank you for the very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Also, there were some incredible gift subs today. Thank you so much for the support and boosting the sub count to where it is right now. This is actually the best it's been in about 9 months. So thank you for this kind of support. All of it's going to go into savings so that we can go and keep flying and I can keep everything going. So thank you for the awesome support and the incredible jet fuel in the flight plan. Really appreciate you coming in and flying with me today. Thank you for being here. One last thank you also to Airplane One over on Discord for an Airbrow mug. It just made the world seem a lot less scary and a lot less big today. So this has really been nice to add to the flight deck here. I'm super duper grateful and thank you for that. Super duper grateful for you being here. I enjoyed flying so much today. It was such a good time. It was also fun with some really great ATC coming on in too. So that was really nice. Let's see. I see Conti is flying the 727 freighter. I've been trying to learn this airplane for quite a while. So why don't we go and try Conti and raid and see how Conti's doing with the 727 freighter. I'm still trying to wrap my head again around the flight engineer panel. So can't wait to see a little bit of that. I hope you are doing well. This was such a good weekend. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Departure time's normal time, 1800 Zulu. In the meantime, as always, please, please, please stay healthy, stay safe. See you in the friendly sim skies at 1800. Cheers, good night, and thanks for being here.
Words banned vehicle.